All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the extended Day Ahead Market Stakeholder Workshop, where we'll be discussing the Day Ahead RSE. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the meeting today. The presentation that we will be showing today is available out on the initiative webpage, and you can navigate to that by going to kaiso.com, clicking Stay Informed, and then under that Stay Informed tab, you'll want to go to Policy Initiatives, and then find the EDM webpage on that main landing page. So before I turn it over to Elliot Mainzer for some welcoming remarks, I'm going to just go over a few housekeeping slides and meeting reminders. So first off, today's workshop is designed to stimulate open dialogue and leverage different perspectives with the goal of designing solutions to outstanding EDM design issues. Today's call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only, so any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. If you need technical assistance during the meeting, please send a chat to the event producer. His name is Chris. And thank you for joining us, and we look forward to an engaging discussion. We will be taking questions both over the phone and in person today. So for our in-person attendees, similar to yesterday, please just raise your hand if you have a question. We'll be walking around with some wireless mics, so please wait until a wireless mic gets to you so that our virtual attendees can hear you. And before making your comment or asking your question, please be sure to state your name and organization. And then for our virtual attendees, when you have a comment or question, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or you can submit your question through the chat and we will read it out to the group. But also, please be sure to state your name and organization before making your comment or asking your question. So our agenda for today, like I mentioned, I'm going to hand it over in a minute to Elliot for some welcoming remarks. And then we'll move into the content. So we'll cover the EDM RSE counting of intertie bids at the CAISO border. And that'll take up the first half of the morning. And then we'll break for about 15 minutes and move into the EDM failure consequences topic. And that'll take us up to lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back and discuss the pooled WEIM RSE approach. And that will take us through the end of our workshop. And then we'll cover some next steps and closing remarks. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Elliot Mainzer, our CEO and President.
Thanks. All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. And it's really great to see you. I'm going to keep this super duper brief. Bottom line, I just wanted to come down here today, get a chance to see a few of you in person, say hello, and to the broader community that's on the call this morning. I just want to thank you all so much. Just really appreciate the level of engagement that you guys are showing. I know there is a ton going on, just the basic day-to-day job of keeping the lights on in such challenging periods with so many other issues going on. But the time that you're investing, the work that you're doing with our team, really appreciate it. I think you're making tremendous progress. And I think really hope that you continue to really see your feedback really reflected in everything we do. I think every step we come in, we're allowed to get a lot of just fabulous ideas. And every step we do, it's another round of synthesis and move forward. And I just, as I get the feedback loops from Mark and others, and Anna and Milos and the whole team, it just seems like every day we're making some progress. So it's really thanks so much for your efforts. And I think these next few weeks are really critical. I looked at August 11th, sort of that time frame for the next version of the revised proposal is going to be a key milestone. We're starting to really put some periods on the ends of sentences, cross some T's, dot some I's, and I think it's coming up for air in early to mid-August. It's going to be really good just to see how much progress we've made, and I'm very hopeful. So thanks again for all the work, all the ideas, all the creativity, and for the partnership, and also just your willingness to kind of work together as a Western energy community to help figure this out and make EDM a reality. So thanks again. Hope the day goes well today, and to all of you, really appreciate it. So back to the rest of you guys for the real program. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so getting started a little bit after, or on an issue we touched on yesterday quite a bit, and I asked everybody to politely wait till we were able to get to it today. And this is how intertie bids at the CAISO border should be treated in the EDAM. So in the straw proposal, the ISO indicated a leaning towards counting intertie bids. This was really done because our experience has been these have been fairly reliable and have showed up and have been a core part of our market structure for years at this point. The comments highlighted some concerns with this approach. I would break them down into 3 different categories. The first concern is an equity concern. A lot of potential EDAM BAAs were uncomfortable with the CAISO being able to count non-forward contracted supply just from a pure equity standpoint. Their position would be the supply we're bringing is of a higher quality. It has been forward contracted. It would not be reasonable for the CAISO, in their view, to be able to count these intertie bids. I think the converse of this argument would be nothing would be preventing them from accepting intertie bids on their border other than their decision as a BAA not to do that. So there is an equity argument here I want to work through with everybody. The second argument was more based off reliability. And what I took away from the conversations I've had and the comments on this topic is that to the extent the EDAM doesn't commit a intertie supply bid, it is not actionable in that intraday process, the same way a firm forward contract would be able to be realized, or a physical resource that was shown as part of the RSC would also be able to be realized. So the idea here is CAISO doesn't clear the market doesn't clear the intertie bid. The best case is it rebids in real time. There's no assurance there. A conventional resource that was shown but not needed could be manually dispatched intraday by any balancing authority area for any reason. So there's a reliability concern that I do think differently situates these intertie bids at the CAISO border from other supply types. The final concern we touched on yesterday was about this type of supply being speculative during tight conditions. I know this is a concern that is kind of matriculated around the Western Interconnection. I think the most recent data I saw is last summer, CAISO had between about 100 megawatt hours and 300 megawatt hours a month total of undelivered intertie bids. And the volumes of these are significant. They're tens of thousands of megawatts. So I think if you just want to go on a pure how reliable are these, last summer they were between 99.92% reliable and 99.88% reliable, which again, if we're looking for capacity that shows up in real time that was procured in day ahead, you compare that to other resource types, that seems like it is, while not source specific, a high quality resource that the CAISO is using. So in recognition of these concerns, we're now leaning the other direction to count for RSE purposes for contracted supply. So I know yesterday I termed this as like CAISO RA intertie bids. I do think it extends beyond that. There is forward contracted intertie supply the CAISO uses that may not be shown as part of a formal RA plan. We would look to provide a mechanism through our cyber application for the LSE to tie that intertie bid to a forward contract supply plan or a forward contract and would then count it. All other intertie bids, I think we would be more hesitant to count. Do a little bit to that equity argument, but I think due to that, at least the way I feel about it, the reliability argument that these can't be manually dispatched intraday the same way a more conventional resource could be. But that's the discussion I want to have today. There are some additional nuances that maybe we can meet in the middle on about counting different permeations of intertie bids that may not be forward contracted. There could be designation that there's a resource behind this intertie bid and they're literally willing to accept no capacity payment in lieu of trying to realize energy revenue through the CAISO market. We could look to maybe count intertie bids or self-schedules into the CAISO market. You would assume that if somebody is bidding below $0 or self-scheduling, there's at least a reasonable probability there is some type of resource behind that bid. But we would also look to see if there's any other criteria that would indicate that we should count intertie bids. And again, CAISO started off with looking to count all these. Now we're, I think, walking that back a little bit, but want to find the correct balance of what gets counted in the EDM RSC. The last bullet I have here is we are looking to reiterate that we would still utilize intertie supply offers to clear the market itself. I don't think we'd want to back off that position. That would be a substantial change from the existing day-ahead market that the CAISO's had and has successfully used for years. So that's the background. I was hoping to hear the different viewpoints, kind of who supported the different sides of the comments that we saw. But I do see one question in the room already.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC. Here's something that I'm struggling with. So we have counted the intertie bids. And so part of the reason of standing up this market is that we do get the bids at the border and we do use them. So if you change course at this point in time, I feel like you're taking away the potential benefit of having this market. But on the other side of it, and this is my bigger concern, is that you're giving us sort of the bad side of it, which is that if you allow the intertie supplies to clear the market, those intertie bids could potentially support EDM transfers that CAISO then would be CAISO load, California customers would then be responsible for. So it seems asymmetric in that way. Have you guys thought about that? I mean, and you know, in the context of yesterday's discussion where we were talking about how uncertain intertie bids are, how we're concerned about them showing up, and then we're going to allow them to support EDM transfers. That seems troubling and difficult to do, right? So if we lose those interties because of a transmission constraint, we're going to have to carry reserves for them, and we're potentially going to have to support them.
So are you advocating then, Michelle, to count intertie bids or to not utilize them to clear the market?
Well, I guess I'm just curious about the asymmetric treatment. So I feel like if we're going to have the burden of the intertie bids, we should also have the benefit of the intertie bids. Likewise, if we're not going to have the benefit of the intertie bids, maybe we shouldn't have the burden of clearing transfers based upon them, right?
So you would be almost looking for some type of constraint that wouldn't allow EDM transfers out, given the volume of intertie bids that are cleared by the market?
Right, because in that case, we're not saying that we have resources to clear them. We're saying we have intertie bids to clear them. I mean, look, if those schedule as wheels, I get it. And if the wheel, one side of the wheel doesn't show up, the import side of the wheel doesn't show up, the export side doesn't. But in this case, we're saying it's an intertie bid. We don't know where it's coming from. But as a result, we're going to clear the market and potentially have a transfer out of California that we then have to support based on a non-firm import. Unless I'm missing something.
No, I think like you raised this concern last week when we chatted, and I'll be honest, we haven't completely worked out how we're going to resolve this. I think under the equal confidence paradigm that we put out, I don't think the risk would be entirely borne by the California ISO BAA, right? The EDM transfers would be curtailed pro rata with CAISO load under at least what we have currently put out. And I'd like to defer the real in-depth conversation on how we plan to do that until the workshops later this month, because I think we're dedicating time to do it. Back to your earlier point, though, so you think they should be counted because CAISO can clear an EDM export based off that supply offer?
Well, so one question is, so you have these intertie bids. Are they going to have to tag at 3 p.m.?
I think that could be a reasonable approach. Like we could have a tagging requirement on day-ahead intertie bids as part of this, and it could fall into the same structure we talked about yesterday about non-resource specific supply. You could have volumetric requirements of what has to be tagged by certain deadlines if that's what we would need to do to build confidence in this supply type.
Okay. So I also do have another question. It sort of feeds into the failure consequences. So if you don't get this right, imagine a situation where CAISO fails, and you know this does raise the sort of whether we count RDRR question. But let's say California fails. If it goes to the bid cap, one question is, does it go to the bid cap for just the incremental or for the whole market? And potentially then you're having the whole market clear at $1,000 when you have intertie bids that are much lower priced.
So on the failure consequences, we are kind of at least thinking along a different line than we previously did. I think previously we were thinking no consequences and not stressed system conditions and a hurdle rate at the bid cap and stressed conditions. I think we are deviating from that and are looking at a larger, almost administrative penalty that tries to capture what it would have taken to cure through the bilateral market. So I'm not sure this.
Right.
So I'm not quite.
But imagine a situation where for administrative reasons, CAISO fails. And then we have to cure at $1,000, but there were intertie bids at say $200. So why does that make sense for us to have to pay $1,000 when, at least in the current structure, we would have been able to access those at $200?
Yeah, and
with willing buyers and
I
willing
think that
sellers.
is a fair point. Well, something that's always struck me about this EDM process is right now the day-ahead market is how the CAISO BAA does interact with the rest of the Western interconnection. That is effectively being contemplated to be replaced under this design. So I think you do raise a valid point, and I think the answer is the CAISO BAA would need to figure out how to interact with the broader bilateral Western market to give it the ability to cure through contracting on a day-ahead basis outside of the EDM.
Okay. Well, I mean, these are the kinds of concerns, and it just doesn't necessarily look like a move in the right direction for California, given that this is the structure that we've had. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
I mean, I'm not sure why it's not a move in the right direction. I think what you're highlighting is that there's additional items that we need to work through to make sure that California BAA has the same ability to interact bilaterally that it does today.
I think it's because the transfers become firm based on those interties. So that's one issue. The second issue is this idea that if we don't pass this test, that we then have prices at the bid caps, whereas currently we can access the intertie market based on willing buyers and willing sellers.
Yeah, and I understand that the other thing I kind of want to, I guess, ask you is, as kind of the CPUC, do we feel good about the California BAA being able to pass its day ahead or have a valid next day plan based off its RA portfolio?
Yeah, well, this would lead into the RDRR discussion, which is not on the agenda, but I think really needs to be discussed. Will we be able to count the RDRR? So that's one question. Yeah, I'm struggling with that portion of it. So if we are short for, like if the load forecast goes above what we've planned for, I think it raises other questions, like is there leaning within the California footprint and how are we going to deal with that? And then if we are short, the question becomes, yeah, I suppose, you are short, but this essentially cuts us off from the intertie market that we have had access to based on willing buyers and sets the administrative penalty at $1,000. So it will be more costly. I'm not seeing how it would not be.
I mean, this is assuming that there isn't another mechanism for the CAISO BAA to participate in procure bilateral supply like it does today, which I at least envision being part of this design.
Right. And I will say that, again, CAISO is not similarly situated to other balancing authorities that might be vertically integrated, but they can go out to buy in advance. So you see a week down the line that prices are going up. APS or, Pacific Core might say, hey, I need to go buy some extra resources at the time. We have a different system. We have 42 LSEs that don't coordinate on their procurement. And so that becomes a little more difficult. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
It's not a straightforward problem to solve, but we're trying to identify the problem to solve. And it sounds like we've kind of come to the conclusion that we need a robust mechanism for the CAISO BAA to be able to participate bilaterally absent what's currently contemplated in the EDM.
Okay, thank you.
On RDRR, I'll just address that right now. We are looking to allow RDRR to participate similar to other emergency load modification programs that aren't regularly bid into the market for use. It would participate as a load modifier in the EDM RFC. So if there was a expectation that it would need to be used, The load that the EM would be testing against could be modified lower. We would pair that with some load bidding requirements, so we wouldn't let the load be bidden above what the demand forecast is minus that RDRR to not allow EDAM transfers to displace RDRR. I think this would be similar for any load modifying DR that can't be part of the market. And then if you go into real time, if there's a need to use it, then RDR can be used, right? Is that an acceptable use on RDRR? Because at least up here for me, it's really hard to see how we own a supply resource that's not offered into the market.
Right. I guess the issue is that if you see an infeasibility, you could expect that you would activate it for that infeasibility. So it seems like we shouldn't fail because we're not using it. So if this effectuates that, then yes, I agree.
Okay. I think we're on the same page then.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and this is Milos. Maybe I'll ask you a question as well, Michelle, if you stay with the microphone just for a second. But what we're saying here is not necessarily that all intertie bids don't count, but a subset of them do. Are you effectively suggesting that any intertie bid, regardless of whether it's economic bid without a source identification or any aspect, should count? I guess that's the basic question here, because beyond the RA program, we are seeing that certain intertie bids would still count, and I think we're trying to parse out which ones are some of those that are more likely to show up.
So I guess my starting point is that throughout the entire workshop process, and even to your straw proposal, you propose to allow the intertie bids to count towards RA. I get that is seemingly unfair to other balancing authorities, but I would also note that it's seemingly unfair to the CAISO balancing authority that because of intertie bids, we effectuate transfers that are then going to be firm. And so we had sort of the benefit of the intertie bids, but also the burden of the intertie bids. It seems like with this movement, we've eliminated the benefit of the intertie bids, but we still retain the burden. I would note that some, participants wrote about this in their comments, said we don't want intertie bids at our border because of the reliability concern. And this is the reliability concern. Because of those intertie bids at the border, you're going to potentially have to support transfers. So that's my thinking about this. I don't know the solution, but it seems asymmetric.
I agree. And that's something that we're working towards getting you a better answer on later this month. It's just, I think you highlighted why this is a really tricky problem, and it's going to take us a little bit of time to think through.
I think George Angelides had a comment in the chat. Or George, are you on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me? This is George Angelides with the ESO. Can you hear me?
Yeah, George.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to respond to the statements that the California ESO does not take the advantage of some of the intertie bids that are proposed to be ignored in the resource efficiency evaluation, although it incurs the burden of export transfers. And I want to clarify that the export transfers have not been scheduled yet by the market when we ran the resource efficiency evaluation. They're not there. So in general, yes, ignoring some of the intertie bids makes it harder for the BAA to pass the resource efficiency evaluation because you have less of a capacity to meet the demand and the uncertainty. But that demand and uncertainty does not include export transfers because these have not been scheduled yet. They will be scheduled optimally by the IFM after the resource efficiency evaluation. And of course, load self-schedules have scheduling priority over those economic constructs. So anything that is scheduled as a load self-schedule will clear the market before export transfers can be scheduled economically. Thank you.
Does that help your concern at all, Michelle? Your concern is still the fact that they wouldn't be used to pass the RSC, but then they are used in the IFM. It's that asymmetry. Okay. Yep. We're on the same wavelength then. Yes.
Hi, Marcy Palmstrom with Southern California Edison. So we support having all intertie bids count, including non-RA resource bids. Imports have been shown to be a big part of reliability. There was a huge reliance on them, over the past couple of years in tight system conditions. So I think it's really important that these count the RSC. I can't imagine why they wouldn't, and I would agree there would be a really difficult time passing the RSC if we weren't able to include intertie bids. I also think non-resource specific bids. These are real bids in the market. I think they should absolutely count toward the RSC evaluation.
So I guess to kind of press this point a little bit, Marcy, would you envision there's some type of tagging requirement kind of day ahead like we talked about yesterday for some volume of them, or are you thinking more carte blanche, they should count and we'll plan on them showing up?
Yeah, I mean, so from our perspective, in any intertie bids that we had, and we participate in the daily markets as well, right? So those are not RA resources. They're typically not backed by something source specific. And we've had 99.9% of the time those are showing up and performing in the market. So we haven't seen any issues with those transactions that we've made. Sorry, what was your question? I think
do we envision these being able to have some type of day ahead tagging?
Oh, tagging requirement. So I think that's certainly something to contemplate. I mean, you still have the same, we still see it in the same light in that a majority of these resources or a majority of these are available and ready to be tagged in the day ahead market, but you do have certain situations where they're not. I think that's something that we could come to a compromise with in terms of allowing these to count. I think that's certainly a criteria that would make sense to have those tagged in the day market. And we certainly would make best efforts to do that, good faith efforts to do that. But if that's sort of a sticking point, I think we could certainly kind of come to a compromise on that.
Okay, thanks, Marcy. So I'd like to turn back to some of the potential EDM BAAs then about your perspective on this. I think Michelle kind of highlighted an asymmetry of not being able to count these for the CAISO's EDM RSE while they would support EDM transfers. And then Marcy's kind of highlighted that these are a core part of the CAISO BAA reliability function. And to the extent that they would be tagged under a similar structure to what we talked about yesterday of non-resource specific supply having tags at some point in the day ahead process for a substantial volume of these, is that something that would give you heartburn for parties external to the CAISO BAA?
Any callers over the phone?
No, we do have actually a couple who just joined queue.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take the first caller.
All right, Jeff, your line is unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, Jeff Spires with PowerX. Just to weigh in on this discussion, I do think that there are many similarities to the discussion we had yesterday. I think if intertie bids into the CAISO BA are to be counted, I agree that they should be contracted. I don't think that needs to be limited to RA contracts. I think it's right to say that if an entity in the CAISO BA contracts for an external resource outside of the RA program, after the timelines or just outside of that framework, I still think it could conceivably count. In our view, what is really the issue is exactly the same as what we talked about yesterday, which is the supply and the transmission supporting that external supply has to be identified. The challenge with these intertie bids is there's a history of submitting bids without having a resource, without having supply, and then trying to fill that shortfall only after the entity receives a market award. The CAISO itself has explained in the past the consequences of having significant delivery failures in key periods and contributing to emergency conditions in some cases. So this is another area where it seems clear that to be able to count the supply, ensuring it can be identified and that the transmission is identified in the day-ahead time frame is really important to make sure that this is something that can be validated as being supported with something real behind it. So I don't think we need to necessarily repeat everything we said yesterday, but I think the same concepts apply here associated with intertie bids.
Thanks, Jeff. So I kind of pressing on that point, if we're looking at what the results are, if the economy energy intertie bids are counted and they tag up at under the structure we talked about yesterday, is that I know it hasn't been forward contracted with anybody, but this is somebody who is a willing seller meeting with a willing buyer and meeting the same requirements. Is that an acceptable outcome? Would that give you heartburn?
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I followed what the question.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that one option would be to allow intertie bids, but then have the same tagging requirements that we contemplated yesterday for non-resource specific forward contracted supply.
Yeah, I think that's certainly part of it. I mean, if I back it up from the tagging timeline itself, I think the objective we have is at the time of the test, we're including supply that's been contracted for and that can be identified. So I think for intertie bids, there are some unique challenges where you may not get a market award, and so that's sort of a part of the consideration as well. I would say that at the time of the test, the supply should be identified, and then by 3 p.m. the tags should be submitted to support the market award. That would make sense to me to try to navigate that timing issue. So I think it's very similar to what we talked about yesterday, but when you're submitting your resource sufficiency evaluation, if you're pointing to contracted supply that's going to be coming in as an intertie bid, that should be identifiable at that point in time.
Yeah, I guess that's not where I thought we left off yesterday. I thought it was evolving towards at least being able to designate the source BAA kind of at the time frame that we would run the EDAM, and then have tagging requirements after that, some in the day ahead and then some through the stuck horizon. So I'm not sure we came away from yesterday's discussion in the same place, Jeff.
This is Mark. I also think we're using contract in two different frames. One is, does that offer have contracted supply that they can point to, either, like you just said, at a balancing area level or at a source specific level? But then you also talk about contracting kind of, I think, in the frame of an LSC. Does the LSC have contract with it, or does the balancing area have a contract with it more generally? And there's a relationship like a WSPC Schedule C with that. So I think we have to be a little bit precise in what do we mean by contracting and who with.
Yeah. By contracting, I meant that there's some type of forward, that, at least from our perspective, there should be no question that import bids into the CAISO BA that are associated with a forward contract would count, because that sounds a lot like what we talked about yesterday as a WSPP. This is, I think, what beyond those flavor of import bids would count. I see a question in the room.
Not a question, a statement. If that intertie bid is not contractually obligated to the CAISO or, a LSC, it absolutely should not count for the RSC. It's very different than a Schedule C, because a Schedule C has a contract. That supply has been procured in the day ahead or before, and it's contractually obligated to supply to the CAISO. If there's not a contractual obligation, then absolutely it cannot count, in my opinion. There has to be a contract obligating that resource all the way through real time
I-
for an RSE test. Yeah.
Before we go to Michelle, like I wanted one follow-up question. The first sub-bullet here we have is, what if that intertie bid is backed up with a pre-identified resource? Like, would that be reasonable? It's not forward contracted, but we know that the supply that is making an offer to sell, is that a reasonable?
It still has to be contracted. It is because there's a couple of problems here. One is, is it firm capacity? Is it actual capacity making that intertie bid? So that could fix that. But the other problem is we're all pooling together and going into a single RSC. So once we all pass the individual EDAM RSC, we're all going to be pulled together through real time. And now that if that resource doesn't clear the IFM and doesn't get chosen in the IFM, and if it doesn't bid into the RUC or it doesn't get chosen in the RUC, it's no longer contractually obligated to be there. And it can, it can sell to someone outside of EDAM. It could sell to another. It could shut off and not generate in real time. Whereas all of us, everyone else besides CAISO has to bring firm resources to the RSC that will be there through real time, whether it's Schedule C, which is contractually obligated, or our own resources, which will be there and can be turned on and dispatched up and down. An intertie bid has no such obligation.
So this gets to the second sub-bullet on a few slides ago, that these would be differently situated from an intraday reliability perspective. They're not. And you are right. Like, if they're not cleared by the market, they can't be realized by the CAISO BAA until they would rebid into the real-time market.
That's my response to your question is, so even if you require a non-RA, non-contractual intertie bid to have a source behind it, an identifiable source and transmission, that only solves half the issue with relying on these types of intertie bids in the RSC.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. That was helpful.
Can I ask a question then? So if they can't count towards RSC, why should we allow them to count for transfers?
What do you mean? In the IFM?
Mm-hmm.
Because they can be economic. They don't have to be, that's two different. I don't see the asymmetry there because it's two different things. You're talking about an economic transfer, and I'm all for anyone that wants to bid economically at the intertie and letting them be selected and dispatch down any of our resources that are non-economic. But we have to have what I hope you're hearing, and what I hope is coming through the discussions yesterday and today, is that we want to do this. We think that there are a lot of benefits in EDAM, but if we're going to participate in different RA programs and have different RA requirements, we have to have confidence in each other's supply going into the day ahead and passing an RSC that is equitable for all entities.
Right. But the thing is that the transfers out of the CAISO then become CAISO's obligation. So those intertie bids at the border, once they become transfers, California Load has to support them, even if we lose the intertie. So imagine that we have 2,000 or 3,000 megawatts at the intertie bidding. We have firm transfers coming out of the EDAM. We lose the intertie. It's then on California Load to support those transfers.
But if you would have had an RSC that did not allow those intertie bids, you would have already shown that you can support that on your own. And so what would have happened in the IFM is something firm would have been backed down to allow those economic intertie bids to come through CAISO.
So imagine that CAISO is fully resourced, right? Fully resourced. That's just example. But it has 2,000 megawatts of intertie bids. Those support transfers. We lose those because they don't show up because we've been talking about how they're speculative. CAISO would be still on the hook to support them.
Maybe we just don't allow intertie bidding, but there's solutions, but the solution is not to allow CAISO to be less reliable, because you're pointing out the issue that we all don't want to happen because you're right. I hear what you're saying, but allowing CAISO to rely on those to pass the RSE and then those not showing up is the same problem that you're pointing out. I mean, the end result is the same. CAISO is supporting intertype bids that don't show up, which is exactly what we don't want to happen. So if we need to be even more strict than what we are proposing and what the position that some of us are taking, then maybe we need to have that conversation. But the problem you're pointing out is a problem whether you let intertype bids economically pass through CAISO or whether you rely on those intertype bids and you have inadequate supply because you relied on those intertype bids.
Yeah. I mean, I see your point, but I'm saying that CAISO is differently situated because it has the intertie bids, and therefore we have to support those transfers out of the system. And so that's a reliability concern.
And we can have that conversation, and that's a different conversation. But we can't allow, and I don't mean to be take a strong, this is a line in the sand for many of us, that CAISO cannot rely on non-contractually obligated intertie bids.
Okay, so if it's a line in the sand, then from California's perspective, why is this a move forward going for the EDAM? So just tell me why it helps.
We got 2 billion benefits in EIM. We got, we suspect there's many more benefits, much more benefits in EDAM. And I think CAISO and California, we are all better off unlocking the diversity that lies within the West.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's a great discussion. It gets at the very core of the issue and the tension here. We're not going to solve the tension that exists on this. I would say that this tension exists now with intertie bids, and it's less coordinated now than it would be under EDAM. I understand the Michelle's concern. Well, if you're going to elevate EDAM transfers to being equal to California load, does this difference or asymmetry have an impact on those results? So I understand this. I don't think we're going to solve that today.
No.
I appreciate the dialogue back and forth. I will just say that it does seem like how you view the bids for a resource efficiency evaluation is very different from how you view the market results and what the expectations are for those cleared results going forward. So at the time you're bidding, you don't know if those are cleared or not. You're trying to get some certainty that those offerings are sufficient to be reliable for your sufficiency evaluation. Once you're cleared, you have another set of obligations on what does clear, and having those support a transfer, I don't think necessarily is inconsistent, but I do get Michelle's point, and we have to work through this to get that strike that right balance to get the common benefit for everybody, which I do strongly believe there's common benefits of reliability and economic benefits that are in EDAM, that this issue needs to be worked out, not just being used as to say, let's just not do EDAM because we can't get through this. That's my view.
We do have a hand raised over here, if that's all right.
So really quick before we take that, just a reminder to our in-room attendees to please introduce yourself and state your organization before stating your question or comment.
Hi, Marcy Palmstrom with Southern California Edison. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. When you say non-contractually obligated, what do you mean by non-contractually obligated? I'm just trying to understand, we participate in the daily markets, so do you consider that a forward contract? I mean, anything that we any kind of transaction we do in the market, there's a contract attached to it. So I was just curious what that meaning was.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess, in my mind, it means it's there and it's available through real time. And at the time of the RSC at 10 a.m., if that intertie doesn't have a contractual obligation, that intertie bid, and it means that there's no pre-existing obligation to the CAISO. If it doesn't clear the market, it can go somewhere, that power producer can go somewhere else. And so I would agree, if it clears the market and you have a contractual obligation, yeah.
Then there's
The
an
problem is
obligation.
though, you run the market after the RSC, right?
Right.
And that's not a problem. That's kind of the logical order of events.
But if they clear the market, they have an obligation to perform.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So we do have a few questions or comments in the chat that we'll read off.
Our first question is from Kyle Nevis from the Public Service Advocate Office. He stated, who is Michelle's current interlocutor?
Who is Michelle's current interlocutor? CPUC.
Okay. That was his question. No. And next we have Sibley Grisman, and they said, going back to the idea of clearly sourced transactions qualifying for the RSE obligation, could the person from SoCal Edison elaborate on conditions when the discussed 3 p.m. tagging requirement would be difficult to meet?
Hi, Marcy Palmstrom with Southern California Edison. If I heard it correctly, the question is, when is it difficult to tag by 3 p.m.? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know that I said it was difficult to tag by 3 p.m., but there are instances where we aren't able to tag by 3 p.m. So there is valid supply, valid capacity that's available that for some reason you're not able to secure an upstream path by 3 p.m. Maybe by 4 p.m., 5 p.m., or closer to the real-time market the next day. Again, those are we see those more as few. Those are really more the exception than the norm. Hopefully that helps.
We do have a question over the phone, so let's go ahead and take that one.
All right, moving on to our first caller in queue. And Stuart, your line is unmuted.
Thank you, Stuart Kelly, LE. I like the distinction Marks makes regarding the looking at the RSC separately. I do believe that we've got to move the ball forward. We're kind of focused on the current paradigm. We need to move towards identifying the sources. I think Mike is absolutely correct in terms of there needs to be some contractual obligation in there, and that could be as simple as some option, contracted option to that source supply, and also the current sort of tagging rules that we talked about should also be applicable. I would say one thing around the tagging. I don't know who's or how we're going to review to make sure that all the tagging requirements are met, and that's something we may want to consider. Thanks.
To that point, and maybe to Marcy's answer just now, do you know before the market starts at 10 a.m. that if a transaction was picked up, you would be able to tag by 3 p.m.? Or is it only knowable later on and it's dynamic? And the reason I'm asking is that is it something we could ask of a import bid, that you will tag at 3 p.m. when it's submitted?
It's certainly.
That was for Marcy.
It's certainly something we can ask as part of the transaction. Yes. I mean, I think the answer is it just depends. Again, the normal course is that we are trying to tag that, and that's known amongst our counterparties that we're trying to tag and agree to that path by 3 p.m. And so there is a bit of a scramble if that's not happening. And there's a discussion with the counterparty if that's not happening. And there's a discussion with CAISO if that's not happening. So there is an expectation that that's the proper course.
Right. I can see messiness and especially if there's a late market. I get that. But I guess the expectation going into the market would be, could you tell us that bid is intending to be tagged at 3 p.m. if picked up?
You're saying by 10 a.m.
To 10 a.m.
By 10 a.m.
10 a.m. market closure, day ahead market closure. Could you tell us by that time that bid is intending to be tagged by 3 p.m., but when you submit it as a bid at 10 a.m.?
At 10 a.m. I would say yes. I would say yes.
Okay, that's helpful.
So Mark, you're almost thinking of a separate identifier in the bid, kind of saying there's a supply resource behind it and they would be willing to tag if awarded through the market. As kind of a median.
That's where I'm going in my mind, and I don't know if it's an attestation or whatever, but it's a known commitment that if that bid is picked up, we know that we can rely, or the expectation is that it will tag at 3 p.m. Now, maybe there's some messiness there that you have to accept that there may not because of tagging challenges, but the intent is there. We can police that after the fact if that doesn't do it.
We have another question over the phone, so we'll take that one and then go straight to Mike.
Moving on to our next caller on the phone. Thomas, your line is unmuted.
Good morning. This is Tom Burns with Pacific Corp. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I did want to point out one thing, that the loss of a tie is a risk that every potential EDAM participant would incur, whether it be from interties or EDAM economic transfers from border to border. So that is a risk that is symmetric across the entire footprint. What is a little bit asymmetric is when we're talking about WSPP Schedule C, we're talking about a resource or a supply that is, as Mike pointed out, continuous from the day-ahead time frame all the way through real-time execution. And the concern is that CAISO day-ahead bids are not necessarily like for like, in that they have no obligation to carry through to real-time. And that's the primary difference that I'm picking up, is that we're doing an apples to oranges comparison rather than an apples to apples comparison in these two different products.
So this gets back to, again, that second bullet, that there's a difference in quality from a reliability perspective intraday with an economy energy import bid and supply that's either shown under a WSPP Schedule C or physical supply, which I think that is a valid point.
So that's the comment that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we still have a comment in the room?
I was just going the comment. I think what Mark suggested is good progress. Again, it addresses some of it. It doesn't address what we were just talking. And we need to keep moving in that direction. And really what it comes down to is having that firm capacity. Every other entity will be required to have either still in the ground or procured capacity that they can rely on. And a non-contractually obligated intertie bid does not provide that same type of capacity to use in the RSC, even if you identify the resource, even if you say, that there's a commitment to tag by 3 p.m. that helps, but it's not the same capacity. An option, like a capacity contract or an option to call on it, like Stuart put it out, would solve that.
So I think going back to something we touched on yesterday, then I think Carrie brought up the concept, should WSPPs be required to self-schedule? And we kind of said, well, no, maybe not. But the argument you're making is the differentiator of why we would count those is the supply has to be there. And doesn't that almost mean they have to self-schedule? That's where we're drawing the line.
The requirement, what we talked about, and my response was, well, if that Schedule C is coming from outside of the EDAM footprint, yeah, it does need to be self-scheduled. And we said, well, maybe in the future, as things evolve, if I contract with Kathy through Schedule C, we both have resources, she has resources, then maybe there's something there that
that
in the future could, be put into the optimization. But I think if it's coming from outside of the EDAM footprint, absolutely it has to be self-scheduled. And even now, I would say to start this, if I transact with Idaho Power, Kathy, that should be self-scheduled. And in the future, we might get to a point where we can do that more optimally, but right now it should be self-scheduled.
Okay, so is there is there even a situation that could exist where an intertie-bid has designated a resource and self-schedules into the CAISO's market from external to the footprint and is willing and has made clear that they're comfortable tagging by 3 p.m.? Is that within the realm of acceptable?
So they've self-scheduled before the RSE at 10 a.m.
The intertie-bid comes in as a price taker. They're saying they're willing to clear at any price.
Yeah, maybe. If they're willing to clear at any price, they have a resource, and they're willing to tag by 3 p.m.
Because that does kind of show that there's likely a resource behind it, right?
Yeah, I mean, so yes, maybe there are scenarios that we could get comfortable with.
Okay.
And just kind of off the cuff, I think that might be one of them. I want to think through that a little bit, but yeah, that seems like to make sense.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. So that was actually my first question. I was going to ask Mike if he was okay if it was self-scheduled. So it sounds like good progress made there. And the second point I'd like to make, WPTF represents competitive markets, and coming from the market perspective on this, a lot of the issues outlined are solely due to this concern about speculative supply, which I really see as a problem that is completely outside of EDAM, and I don't actually think exists as a problem. I mean, Danny quoted the numbers earlier, and we see imports just as reliable as internal capacity. But I agree it's a concern that needs to be addressed, but it should be addressed through the CAISO tariff and on, the CAISO's relationship with the scheduling coordinator who is committing via the CAISO tariff that those megawatts would be there. It is actually a very firm rule that an SC is not allowed to represent megawatts that don't exist. So within the market context, I think if we have concerns that speculative supply is out there, really what we're saying is that we believe SCs are violating the CAISO tariff. That it directly translates. And if we believe SCs are violating the CAISO tariff and not actually having megawatts that they are telling the CAISO will exist, that's a Department of Market Monitoring issue. Maybe that's a tariff enforcement issue, but I don't think that should hold up any sort of EDAM movement forward, because I think there are great benefits to EDAM. And I would just want to say, I really don't believe speculative supply is actually a thing. It bothers me so much when we just talk about it as if it's something happening in our markets. I think that devalues the confidence people have in the CAISO. And I want to state very clearly, as Gridwell, as WPTF, I have never seen any sort of data that has imports less reliable than internal capacity. And if someone wants to show it to me, I will absolutely advocate for stronger tariff rules, but I really don't want that to hold FE down. All right, that's my soapbox. Thanks.
So I think that's very helpful.
Reliability. I want to say quickly, I agree with Mike from PacifiCorp completely about everything he said for the RSC.
Thank you.
Because the RSC is different than a market. And the CAISO runs a market, and there are important differences there. And so we agree with you for RSC. We agree with, market integrity for everything else.
All right, I'm just going to drop this mic and walk out.
Are there any more comments, Isabella?
Yeah, so we do have a few questions over the phone, so let's go to those.
All right, moving on to our first one. Jeff, your line is unmuted.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jeff Nelson from SCE. And thank you for everyone when they introduce themselves. I'm here virtual. It's hard to figure out who's commenting, so thank you for introducing yourselves. Okay, lots of things have been discussed, but something I heard, and I want to talk through some mechanics. I think I heard PacifiCorp say that there's an issue on intertie bids counting in the RSC, and they didn't say this, but I'm going to say it, that they somehow are counted in the RSC, but then when the market runs, they're not used, and they no longer have any obligation to follow through on their availability through real time. So I wanted to ask the ISO, is that a realistic possibility that something clears the RSC but doesn't clear the market? And if it is a realistic possibility, is there some, check here box that you are committing if you did not clear the day-ahead market that you will rebid in real time? And only those people that check the box perhaps could be counted in the RSC test. So I'm interested in the ISO's feedback on, is it realistic that something could clear the RSC but not clear the market?
Yes, Jeff. I think that's a plausible scenario. It just depends on the where they put their offer in at. The RSC is just determining if there's a feasible schedule using the bid set, not what would actually clear.
Yeah, but it's more than just feasibility. It's economic, right? It's looking for an economic solution, not just a feasible solution. And I understand there's no transmission to it in there. Sorry, guys, I think I lost you.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, the RSC doesn't just look at feasibility; it looks at economics too. Right, so it looks at the most economically feasible solution. So if you've got interties bid at $1,000 and a lot of other stuff bid at $75, those aren't going to clear the RSC. Unless they're absolutely.
I'm not quite following the example, Jeff. Can you try one more time?
Okay, so the general issue is, can something be counted as RSC, like when you do your RSC evaluation, it's counted. But then when it goes into the market, it doesn't clear. And I'm just trying to figure out, and you're saying yes, and I was just trying to say, yeah, but okay, it sounds like it's possible, but I don't know how probable or likely, because as I understand the RSC, it's considering economics. And if you've got a stack of 10,000 resources, but you only need 7,000 to clear the RSC, my understanding is only those 7,000 are part of the RSC that clears, and the other 3,000 are not even really part of the RSC?
So I think the use case when it could clear the RSC and not clear the market is when supply that didn't clear the RSC but was made available to the market by a different BAA is priced cheaper than the supply that clears, in your example, the California ISO's RSC.
Yeah. So another way, Jeff, is said another way is that when you're doing the RSC, you're saying what supply would clear if you didn't have any EDAM transfer opportunity. So then you go to the market and now you have the EDAM transfer opportunity. You could have things that then do not clear because you see the additional economic opportunity from the EDAM transfers. So yeah, I could see something clear RSE, but not clear the market ultimately.
Okay, I see that. So if the concern I think Pacificorp was articulating is that happens, it clears the RSC, the intertie bid clears the RSC, but then it doesn't clear the market. I think their argument was it has no obligation to show up and rebid in real time, like and I think their argument was like all the other RSC bids do. I'm not sure that that's a correct premise, but if that is really the concern, then we might consider some sort of requirement to rebid in real time in order to count in the RSC in the first instance.
Yeah, I think we could make that
call it a
requirement, Jeff.
real-time must-offer.
I'm not sure what
requirement.
I guess I don't know what the benefit would be from the intertie supplier. Like if you're not clearing in the CAISO's day-ahead market, you would probably want additional options to try to resell that power elsewhere intraday prior to rebidding into real time. So I think that's a potential option. I'm just not sure it'll be widely utilized.
Well, if that's the issue, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that that's really the concern that was being articulated. I think it was one of the concerns. So, anyways, hopefully I can get a better idea of if that's really the worst thing that people are concerned about with counting intertie bids, because that would solve that issue. Okay, thanks for the discussion.
But just extending that a little bit, Jeff, it seems like the commitment still needs to be known up front before you start doing the RSC evaluation / optimization, because you need to know that to make an adequate evaluation. You can't wait till the evaluation to come out and say, well, are you then willing to commit to being available through real time or tag or whatever? You need to know it up front when you're doing the evaluation to make it a satisfactory evaluation.
I agree, and that would be when you submitted your bid. It would be a check here. I'm eligible to as part of the RSC, which means if I don't clear the market, I have to rebid in real time. And again, I heard that comment. So, well, why would anyone want to do that? I haven't quite figured that out, but.
Are there any other questions, Isabella? Okay.
Yes, we have a few others.
All right, moving on to our next one in queue. Alan, your line is unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi, great. Alan Meck, San Diego Gas and Electric. I wanted to get some clarification from Mike Wilding on his concerns with allowing intertie bidding to count for the RSC. It sounds like what you're expressing is a leaning issue, but I don't think that the word leaning has been thrown around. Is that ultimately what this comes down to, is that other players are coming to market with resources under contract, whereas CAISO is relying on economic bids on the intertie that aren't necessarily forward contracted? Is that what it is? Do I have that right?
Yeah, this is Mike from Pacificorp. I guess you can call it whatever you like. For me, there's two issues. There's an equity issue, which I think you just highlighted, where everyone that cannot rely on an economic intertie bid or a contractually obligated intertie bid, whatever we're calling these, everyone else has to bring procured supply either through owned resources, PPAs, Schedule C, whatever it is. So there's that equity issue. And then the other is the concern that we've been talking about, kind of the second bullet up here, is that there's no obligation for if not selected in the IFM, but they were relied on in the RSC, your pool of resources, if you will, for the pooled EDAM entities has now just shrunk after passing that, after that IFM run and moving into to real time, into EIM timeframe.
Okay. So I think I'm amenable to that. I think I'm with you on that. Let me just offer a slight expansion in the scope of how we think about this problem then. Because the way I see it, it seems to me like it's pretty clearly just cut and dry a leaning issue. And so I think I would be okay with, in principle, the idea of not allowing economic intertie bids to count for the RSE. But if we're going to go down that path, we need to consider that more holistically in terms of how is California going to guarantee reliability. And to me, what I keep thinking about is I think it was the summer assessment report that CAISO put out a couple of months ago that showed that on a couple of stress days, we needed X amount of RA plus the planning reserve margin plus this extra like 1,000 megawatts or something of intertie bids. And it seems to me if we're going to take out those intertie bids, then we need to make sure that the RA plus PRM is going to make up for that. And so I think that this needs to be part of a broader discussion, I guess, with the CPUC over how are we going to then cover that potential shortfall, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that this can be just done unilaterally through any CAISO process. I think it needs to be part of a broader discussion within California's RA paradigm.
So, Alan, I think you're kind of echoing a comment I made earlier and to Michelle is if the CPUC is able to get the RA program right, we reasonably would expect the California BAA to be able to pass the RSC and have a viable next day plan.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on one second. Let's get you a mic. We have a comment.
I think we're conflating something here because we're talking about intertie bids. We're not talking about the RA resources imports. I think from the discussion yesterday, we understand RA imports. They have various degrees of contractual mechanisms to achieve that firm delivery. We're now talking about intertie bids that are just not necessarily associated with the resource adequacy. They may have contracts with load serving units, but they may not. And those, as a matter of course of RA, do not count towards RA at this point. So I think we're conflating two different things.
But aren't we saying that those intertie bids would count towards the RSE?
Yeah, I think any forward contracted intertie bid would count towards the RSC. We've been clear on that.
Well, I think from the discussion, I think we're saying that there may be a set of intertie bids that, to the extent they can demonstrate, I guess, contracting or demonstrate commitment to deliver in some sort of way, they can count towards RSE, but they're not necessarily RA. They're not RA.
Right, and so I guess that's another way to skin that cat is to find some way of, I guess, verifying or guaranteeing the intertie bid that's real and backed by a resource. But it seems like that doesn't fully get to Mike's concern, which to me, again, it really just sounds like a leaning issue where Mike's saying that everyone else is coming to market with resources forward contracted and CAISO is going to be, to some certain extent, relying on intertie bids that are not locked up under a contract.
This is Michelle Quito at the CPUC. So I do want to address this. I mean, again, I think California entities are not similarly situated as of yet to many of the balancing authorities who are vertically integrated and who, if they see a heat wave coming, I would imagine that the other balancing authorities do not plan for a 1 in 10. They plan for a 1 in 2. But if they see a heat wave coming, maybe some of you do. If you see a heat wave coming, you can go procure on the ties and you can put those in. California does not have an entity that will go do that. We have used our day ahead market to go procure that. Now, I think what you want us to do is to go procure that, but we don't have a centralized entity to go buy, like to assess the situation across all 44 entities and say we're this much short, and we don't have a mechanism for allocating those costs. So we are not similarly situated. I would go back to the beginning of the CAISO, and we did consider having load come in fully resourced, but we chose not to come in that way. I mean, I'd like to go back to 2008 and MRTU, but we decided that we were not going to require the entities, the LSCs, to come in fully resourced. And it was because we were going to use the market. So I'll go back and look at it. It was a decision we made a long time ago, and we're changing our paradigm, which is fine. But then we need an entity to be able to procure that on a forward basis if this is the direction we're going, because it is a sea change, and it is a change from what we were understood would be the process all the way through. In addition, if those intertie bids, I'll go back to this. If those intertie bids aren't good enough for IRC, why are they good enough to support transfers?
So, Michelle, if I heard you, you're almost advocating for the CAISO BAA to run its own BAA-specific day-ahead market clearing process to the extent it might need external bilateral supply as part of its forward planning process. That would then kind of fall under our existing tariff guidelines of being a forward contract with the ISO with an expectation to deliver, which could then be used to backfill that gap that you've identified.
Yeah, I think I didn't totally follow it, but yes, I mean, I thought that's why thus far we had considered the intertie bids in the RSE, because CAISO doesn't have the ability to 3 weeks out see that there's a shortage and assess its supply and go procure. So yeah, and we are waiting till later in the process, but it's because you guys don't have insight into the procurement of the 44 entities, and those are just the CPUC jurisdictionals, not even counting the other 44 munis that we have. So 88 entities that are trying to coordinate their procurement.
Okay, thank you.
Am I up? Okay. Kathy Anderson, Idaho Power. And Michelle, I completely appreciate the change in paradigm. I think this is a change in paradigm for all of us in some aspect. And what CAISO has today makes sense because you're looking at a market for a single BA, right? And so that totally makes sense. But I think there has to be a change in paradigm when you start bringing in multiple BAs and different procurement ways of happening. So I appreciate your comments about that. And I would definitely encourage, whatever we can all do to help, move that change in paradigm. I mean, it's a change in paradigm for us as well, to be putting, our resources in a day ahead market, and lose a little bit of that control that I currently have over 100% of my load service obligations in my balancing authority. So, I mean, we're stepping out on a limb a little bit too from a perspective, and we think there's benefits. That's why we're participating. But I think I get the perspective and I get the difference. I just think California may have to take a look at some of those changes, and we have to go procure it. And granted, I am vertically integrated, but I do have other LSCs. Then my expectation of them is they go procure their own as well, to make sure that they're sufficient in the day ahead and not leaning on the resources of my retail customers. So I appreciate it, but I think we all are sitting in a shifting paradigm.
Kevin with Bank. I just want to echo what Kathy said. The paradigm shift is we all go down together. And so right now in the individual BA context, we don't all go down together. And so I think that's an important element of what we're talking about. We have various states commissions and others that are now at the table, and they have a certain expectation of reliability, and the BA retains its reliability obligation. So, you know, we are individual BAs. We're all accountable for our own reliability. And so now what we're talking about, and by the way, we think this is a good step forward. We're not, but it is, like I said, it's a big pill for everybody to swallow. It's not a one-way street here, because we do have to take into account collective reductions or curtailments in the event of certain system conditions. And that's a big deal. In fact, I would say it's such a big deal. It's why SMUD and others joined and formed a separate control area, because it was an issue back in, you know, the energy crisis. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think we all need each other to resolve these issues going forward. But you know, it's a paradigm shift, and we all have to recognize that it's a big paradigm shift for external BAs that currently have their autonomy and ability to insulate for their own customers. So anyway. You want me to?
So I'd like to make another point about this, though. For all of you, it's voluntary. If you don't like the rules, you don't have to join. If you don't like it, you can leave. I mean, maybe you can tell us, but we aren't. I mean, no, I do think. I mean,
I have to speak up. Okay, we're being constructive here, and I guess that tone just doesn't do any good.
Okay, but why is that funny? Right, but
look at hold on.
No.
Hold on. We all have same objectives. We all are looking for a reliable system. We're all looking for value for customers. We're looking for our interests. We understand everybody is looking out for their individual interests. And we all understand that people have choices. No one is telling anybody they have to join the EDAM. We understand that. Okay. So I'm not quite sure what the point is of saying, well, if you don't want to participate, don't participate.
No. Let me just finish. The point is that these rules that we're setting for California and EDAM, we don't have a choice about. We cannot say we don't like it and we're not going to join. So that was the point I was trying to make. So we are not similarly situated.
California is differently situated. I think we all acknowledge that California is differently situated. Now, where do we go from that when we're trying to stitch together a collaboration with others who have other options? Where do you want to go with that questioning when you say California is different? We have to be in this market. Where does that take you?
It takes me to the point that these are going to be binding rules, and that if they go in a direction that we don't like, we don't have a choice. And I'm saying other parties have more optionality here. I think that's a reasonable point to make.
Totally reasonable. And the takeaway is that these rules have to be equitably and fair for all, California and anybody who is thinking of joining. And that's what we're trying to get to.
Okay.
Do you feel we're not?
Well, so I guess I do think a frank conversation is really helpful. I mean, if we want to, and I know you guys view California in a certain light, but if we look at the EIM benefits, the benefits accrue a lot to external entities. California CAISO, I know California gets more benefits, but California ISO gets 20% of the benefit. The cost of the ISO is $500 million. External entities pay $10 million of it. It is primarily funded by California customers.
How this is helpful. The $500 million, are you talking about the original investment in MRTU?
I'm talking about the ongoing costs of running the market. Okay.
I don't see how this is relevant. We're talking about going forward benefits and costs.
Okay. And the going forward benefits are potentially $400 million, of which CAISO may get 20% of them if the benefit cost continues down this path. And it feels like a lot to ask. And so I feel like it's reasonable for California to ask at every point in time whether this is in their interest. And I feel like, yeah. So these rules, to the extent that they harm California customers, we cannot get out of them once we accept these rules. This is for now and forever. It is not that we can choose, like we don't like the EDAM at a certain point. So it has a higher bar for us.
All right. I can ask a very pointed question of you. I'm not going to do it because I don't think it's helpful.
Okay.
Okay. But I guess I'm just asking that in the vein of collaboration, we have open discussions, and I appreciate your open discussion and dialogue. But to get to the point where it's saying you just don't have to be in this market and California is differently situated, I don't find constructive. And I have to speak my piece. Okay. So let's continue the collaboration and discussion. This may not ever come to fruition. We may not be able to move forward. We may not strike the balance, but I feel we can. And I feel there's benefits to be had. You may disagree.
So I just want to note that Pacific Core said they had a line in the sand. There has to be a point at which California has a line in the sand. He said that, right? So I'm just
absolutely,
saying.
absolutely, and that line in the sand will be. And come on, guys. That line in the sand will be determined, and there is a governance structure to determine whether that line in the sand has been met or not. And then there's decisions that can be made after that by people who have decide whether they want to participate or not.
I understand, but I feel as if this is about, you're saying that because I'm not being constructive, and yet other people are saying there's a line in the sand. Somehow I am the person that. Okay, fine.
Michelle, I'm actually not saying that you're not constructive. You've been very constructive today, and I appreciate the constructive discussion. But when it gets to a point, I have to call it out and saying that's not a constructive. And I would call it out to anybody else if they start using language and tone that's not constructive. I'm not saying it just to you. Okay. I'm just saying that I want to maintain a constructive discussion. This has been a great 2 days. I appreciate your participation because it's moving the ball forward. You're raising very valid issues, and I need to understand them and address them. So I'm just asking for continued construction.
Hey, Mark, this is Anna.
Thank you.
Mark, I just want to make a couple of comments if I could. This is Anna McKenna. I'm just going to interject in this discussion a little bit because, this is very emotional. And actually, because it's very important to all of us, that's why I think Michelle's feeling it. We're all feeling it. Mike's feeling it. Everybody's feeling it. But because we're all feeling it, I really think we need to remind ourselves what this particular meeting's for, because, we really need to at least find a forum in which we can at least talk about how these things work and how they would be worked out. And maybe this content of conversation about, I'm going to take my marbles and go home and all that stuff, we can have it, and we can have it another time. But maybe we should take a little bit of a break right now and use the restroom, get a cup of coffee, get some fresh air, because I really think that we were making a lot of progress this morning, and I was actually getting really excited that I was able to track some of the tough questions that we have to push forth on. And maybe we can re-equilibrate on that and then come back to this conversation, because I take Michelle's points to be very fair, and I understand the concerns. And I actually think we can address those concerns in a constructive way, but let's do that. No more talk about lines in the sand, Mike. Okay? Let's use constructive language. And I'm not picking on you. I am picking on you, but
I apologize if line in the sand was not constructed. But what I am trying to be fully transparent and say that this is kind of this is a must. I'm trying to figure out a different way to say it. This is a super important issue that must be solved.
Right.
And we don't have a lot of leeway to allow for, certain type of intertype bits.
No, and I think that's fair.
And that's my position. So I'm trying to be open and transparent about what PAC's position is. And I apologize if that was, if that was not
words sometimes mean
constructive.
Right. And I mean, words sometimes mean something. I think it's a fair reaction to say, look, we understand these are hard questions and there's some things, hey, we can't just live with. So it's okay to articulate that. And I think that's fair on both ends. But I think I'm literally going to stop myself. I'm going to ask us to take a little break. Don't get coffee, actually. We have decaffeinated coffee. We have herbal tea on the table, glass of water, and a breath of fresh air, and we're all going to come back.
We'll take a 15-minute break and meet back here right around 9:55. All right, as everyone makes their way back, we have a couple comments from Mark before we jump into the next topic. So I'll wait for everyone to take a seat.
Thank you. And I know most of you are back. I know Michelle is not, but I just want to acknowledge that I did apologize to Michelle. I'm passionate about this, and I want to make sure that things do move forward. But at the same time, we have to be respectful, and I try to be all respectful, and we need to be respectful of each other and hear each other out. And we have to be cognizant that when we use certain words, certain tone, it incites others. And I want to maintain a constructive environment, and that's all I was trying to do. I did apologize, and I want to apologize to everybody who appears on the phone. I was not trying to beat anybody up. I was just trying to maintain a constructive environment. We are making really good progress, and I want to continue that. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And I'll hand it back to Danny, and we'll move into our next topic here.
Okay, thank you, Isabella. So the next thing that we are going to chat about is the failure consequences for the EDAM. The CAISO has put out in its straw proposal a set of failure consequences that really tried to tailor the consequences to varying system conditions. Our original concept was that if you weren't in stress system conditions, the consequences would be less than if you were in really tight conditions. There was some support for this concept by stakeholders. However, I would not classify the comments as having consensus around this idea. Even the stakeholders who supported this idea did raise a number of outstanding policy issues we'd have to address, which would be trying to define stress system conditions, which is, I don't think, a straightforward thing across a potentially very broad footprint, which would be a good chunk of the Western United States. And then just trying to figure out what the failure consequences are in those different conditions also proved challenging. There was a large subset of stakeholders who kind of opposed this concept and rather advocated for uniform consequences that would be applied all the time. The other thing that at least I took away when I was preparing these materials are three questions that I want to pose to everybody in this audience, which I think will define where we go for EDAM failure consequences. The first is we do need to figure out if these are going to be physical consequences, financial consequences only, or some combination thereof. We do need to determine if we want to try to attempt to differentiate between normal and stress system conditions. And then the third item would be, should the consequences be only in the market, or are out-of-market administrative actions necessary in addition to financial consequences in the market? So just please keep these three kind of questions in mind as we walk through both kind of what ISO's previously proposed, as well as the different viewpoints and optionality on physical or financial consequences. So the first topic I want to talk about is physical consequences. I think when the ISO looked to talk about the EDAM back in 2019, this was the proposal. I think it was to limit transfers to the bucket one transmission following the failure of the EDAM RSC. The pros here are that it eliminates the ability for the EDAM to be used as a mechanism for forward procurement for any BAA. You simply can't do that if you can't get incremental transfers if you fail the EDAM RSC. The other benefit is this has a lower design and implementation burden. I think everybody recognizes that getting EDAM stood up will be a heavy lift. So where we do not need to add additional complication, I think we should try to avoid adding complication. The cons are it's going to fail to leverage more efficient energy procurement. Another concern we heard is something that is coming from the WEIM, is that as these markets grow, the liquidity in the bilateral market and the ability to cure intraday insufficiencies is disappearing somewhat. And so I think that's something we need to keep in mind. The last question kind of speaks more to how the CAISO BAA would participate, and it's how does the CAISO BAA participate with the existing bilateral markets absent its day-ahead market, which is kind of the tool that it primarily uses to engage bilaterally with the rest of the Western interconnection. You move on to curing through financial consequences. The pros here is you know that there is hourly energy that may be offered into the EDM that is in excess of what is needed. So there's identified supply that could be used to cure insufficiencies. Cons here, again, just trying to figure out what the right level of financial consequences that do not let the EDM be used as a forward procurement planning tool. It is not going to be a straightforward endeavor. In the comments, we heard a lot of ideas. They really centered around a preference for financial consequences that apply during all conditions. I think that's the direction the ISO is now looking, rather than trying to identify stressed and non-stressed system conditions, just because of the complication of that. We would also want to try to reflect the dynamic pricing of the bilateral market. There's a lot of different ways you could do that. One of the ideas that we heard in the comments that we've been talking about internally would be to set the prices of carrying through the EDAM at the maximum of the mid-C or PV trading hub prices times a peak hourly block duration. So if a BAA fails and the higher of those two is $100, the charge would be $1,600 to cure the insufficiency through the EDAM. If we set it up on this, or if we go forward with this type of construct, this should prevent the EDAM from being used as a mechanism to avoid forward bilateral procurement through the existing bilateral markets. And also, again, avoids needing to define stress system conditions, because the bilateral prices should be reflective of if bilateral conditions are stressed or not, right? If it's stressed, the prices will rise. The downside here is when prices get very expensive bilaterally, there might be a little bit of sticker shock on what it would take to cure through the EDAM. If it's a $1,000 block bilateral price, then it could be $16,000 to cure that megawatt through the EDAM. So I don't know if this is unreasonable, because that's what it would take to cure it under the existing bilateral paradigm, but it's going to look large in the EDAM. I think because of this, we would probably have to administer these consequences administratively, so it'd be an administrative charge, not a component of clearing the market. I think this could work. I think it works better if you pair it with the second bullet, which is the bid range trading option that the CAISO has previously tried to pitch in some of these EDAM forums. And here, the idea is that BAAs who have excess supply would make offers in shorter durations available, which their neighboring BAAs would then be able to elect to utilize to essentially contract for that capacity on a forward basis for potentially a shorter duration than what exists in the bilateral markets right now. So that's financial consequences. Then what is the role in having physical consequences, basically limiting transfers beyond bucket one transfers as a consequence of failing the EDAM? Is this a viable alternative to financial consequences? I think at least the financial consequences that we talked about on the previous slide are large, and they're large for a good reason, which is to prevent the EDAM from being leaned on as a forward planning tool. But is it reasonable for a BAA, if they fail the EDAM, to go it alone and not be part of a pooled EDAM RSC, and then just be cleared with the supply they made available against the load that they bid in? You could look at that type of model, and that starts to look like our nodal pricing model that I think PacifiCorp is using right now. The main difference is it would just be financially settled, but it would be an ISO cleared BAA specific optimization given the supply made available by that BAA and the load bid in by that BAA. I would also kind of like to pose a more theoretical question is if we allow BAAs to elect to not have their capacity shortfall cured through the EDAM, is anybody harmed? If a BAA does go this route and decides to go it alone and be their own isolated BAA and use the ISO's optimization to clear their supply against their bid and demand, is any other participant harmed by that type of action? The next thing I need to add is a tie-in to the WEIM RSC now, because we are considering financial consequences as a condition to allow incremental transfer in the WEIM following the failure of the RSC. This is the WEIM RSE Phase 2 initiative that the CAISO is currently undertaking. I think we had a straw proposal call on Monday about this exact topic. In that proposal, right now we would look to cure an insufficiency through a hurdle rate set at the bid cap, essentially ensuring each BAA is exhausting all of its supply exhausting all of its internal supply before allowing then curing assistance energy to flow into that BAA at a preset penalty price. Now, I think this is fundamentally different than the EDAM RSC. When we contemplated that, we are looking to leverage the WEIM for real-time energy assistance to help BAAs who may be in tight reliability conditions. In the EDAM, you have an entire day plus likely to cure any insufficiency that you identified. So we need to think through how whatever financial consequences in the EDAM we end up with would work in that paradigm. We don't want to create an incentive structure where a BAA could choose not to cure through the EDAM, choose not to clear bilaterally, and then move into the EIM and try to just cure at that bid cap. The idea there being that paying $2,000 for 1 megawatt of energy during very stressed conditions is likely going to be cheaper than buying a block of energy bilaterally through either of the trading hubs. So one thought that came to mind to prevent this was to have some type of tie-in that any BAA who is an EDAM member who elects not to cure their insufficiency through the EDAM would then not be able to cure an insufficiency through the EIM. If they want to go it alone, I don't see a problem with that. I'm not sure who's harmed, but we just have to make sure that that type of framework is not able to be exploited by any BAA. The last thing I want to note is under that, any bucket 1 transfers that flow in that are cleared as part of the day-ahead market process would come in as a base transfer in the WEIM. So that would inform the base transfer that then the incremental transfers would be referenced off of. I think these are just options. We're just starting to, like that, based off the comments we received a few weeks ago, we are pivoting about how we're considering financial consequences. And I think at least leaning towards a hybrid model that would have some fairly substantial financial consequences with a ability to have bid range trading for smaller intervals if there's interest in that, and then the ability for a BAA to just elect not to cure through the EDAM and cure it bilaterally by themselves. So I think that's, that's my second to last slide on this before we open this up for questions. The last thing I wanted to raise is, do we believe that additional administrative escalating consequences are necessary in this framework? I would argue no if you get the financial consequences for carrying through the EDAM set at the right price level. You're creating the incentive through what the consequences are. To the extent that there is a lot of desire to have kind of ratcheting, escalating consequences, we do need to consider the first 2 bullets. Is this based on repeated failures? Does the timing of these failures matter? And then what is the magnitude of failures? Is a BAA failing the EDAM RSC by 1 megawatt during 2 hours? Is that similar to an EDAM BAA failing the RSC by 1 megawatt or by 500 megawatts for 2 hours? So these are just thoughts to keep in mind as we discuss the need for potentially ratcheting consequences. The last thing I want to add on the more ratcheting consequences that would try to address this being misused is this functionality again necessary for go live? I think theoretically, we're not going to be positive that our design prevents misuse of this functionality, but is it reasonable to put it in place, observe, get data, and see if it's actually being abused before we go through the exercise of trying to design and pass through all of the regulatory process, a set of ratcheting consequences for potential misuse, which we aren't sure will actually occur. So that kind of concludes at least what the ISO's thinking is on failure consequences right now. My idea here is to kind of get feedback and almost stress test this type of model that blends together financial and physical consequences to see if this would be a viable framework to work off of in the revised STRAW proposal that we would be looking to put out in about a month. So I'd like to open it up for questions. These can be either clarifying about what I've said or could be questions or different ideas about how we could develop these types of financial consequences.
So
I do see a question.
Yeah, we have a few questions over the phone. So let's go to those really quick,
Sure.
And then we'll take the one in the room.
All right, going on to our first one. Jeff, your line is unmuted.
Good morning again. This is Jeff Nelson, SCE. Thanks for this. We had in comments, we were leaning towards sort of a hybrid physical financial also. And just for people's awareness, what we had proposed is the rule is if you fail the RSC, you're cut off from the market. But the caveat to that is we wanted willing sellers to be able to sell to people that failed. And what we proposed is that sellers would have sort of a generic adder that to the extent someone failed the test and still wanted to buy, they would have to buy at, the bid plus the adder. And that could go for capacity or energy. And the thinking was that in sort of non-stress opportunities or conditions, people, balancing authorities, people may have plenty of extra supply and no problem at all. And, that adder might actually be zero. It's like, sure, we'll be glad to help out. But as conditions tighten, people with supply may be more and more hesitant into selling to people that haven't met their own needs. In case something goes wrong, they may be committed. And so the idea was, let the market determine their willingness to sell to people that fail. And we like that better than sort of this trading board arrangement that you guys are proposing. This proposal will be just part of the optimization and just be an extra component. Hey, are you willing to sell if someone fails the RSC, and what's your adder? So I just like to bring people's attention to that proposal, and it is sort of a hybrid. There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So yeah, we've previously talked about your idea like internally with some of with yourself and some of the ISO team, and I think theoretically it is an absolutely fantastic idea and would be the gold standard. I think our concern on this idea is we weren't sure that this would be even kind of implementable. And to the extent George is on the phone, I'd kind of call on him to speak as to why, because he's much more involved in like the actual optimization design than I am on this. But my takeaway from those previous conversations is that this is something that likely we wouldn't, or kind of the proposal you put forth would be something that the ISO would really struggle to support and actually implement.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to accept that math is difficult. We were thinking that it's a lot like the GHG, right? That people outside of California have the ability to put on a GHG adder if they're willing to sell to California. And if they're not willing to sell to California, they don't add the GHG adder effectively and they don't sell. So we figured it mechanically or from the optimization would look a lot like that. It's, instead of a GHG adder, it's an RSC failure adder. But anyways, I will not find the complexity of this, and I'm all ears.
Yeah, I think just at a high level, the complications, the way the GHG is currently, at least in the EIM, implemented, I think they look at the adder they clear the market, and then they look at the reference adder and they claw back the price differential. I don't think that same, not baked. It wouldn't be baked into the optimization, or the way GHG is implemented right now isn't in the optimization, I think, the same way that the proposal you put forward would be. But again, I would probably defer to George on this.
Do we have George on the line?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, George. Thank you for letting me phone a friend.
You're welcome, Danny. And yes, I have heard the idea from Jeff before. Yeah, obviously I'm a little bit reserved by the fact that it's a very complicated approach. I mean, the greenhouse gas attribution system has only one, at most two, maybe three greenhouse gas regulation areas where you set up the model with multiple greenhouse gas beta others for each of these areas. Turning this around and doing it for BAAs, you know, eventually we'll have, hopefully, multiple BAAs in EDAM. And having a model like that for each BAA is extremely complex. You probably, you know, just having 10 BAAs, you'll need to support 10 different greenhouse by resource. As an idea, it's great. I have reservations with respect to implementation, and we'll have to weigh in what we're gaining for all that complexity, obviously, and if it's worth it. So I definitely need to do some more thinking, understand the proposal a little better, and see if we can do this maybe with another way. So at this point, I'm reserving my opinions until I, you know, have the chance to do some full evaluation of it. Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Thanks, George. And I just appreciate it. I like the discussion where you guys are talking about hybrid, financial, physical. So again, it's an idea to put out there, and we're open to ideas that are just better. Thank you.
Do we have another question over the phone?
Yes, we do. Moving on to our next one in queue. Todd, your line is unmuted.
Good morning. Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Hey, thanks for this discussion. I have just really one question which relates to kind of the bilateral price. It's my understanding that at times these hubs the price may not be representative if there's a small number of trading parties or a small volume of trades. And so my question is, Danny, have you given much thought to what you might do if the bilateral prices aren't representative?
I personally haven't given that a tremendous amount of thought. I do know that we reference other DEBs on bilateral hubs, so I'm crossing my fingers and assuming someone else at the ISO has given this thought. But I do think you raise a valid point, Todd, and to the extent that our other processes that reference hub prices haven't accounted for that, that is something we would definitely need to do here.
Yeah, especially given that there is this kind of well believed or well thought of hypothesis that these hubs might become even less liquid given an EDAM. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Todd.
How many more do we have in the queue?
Currently have 3 callers with their hands raised.
Okay, let's take one more from the phone and then move to the in-room, and then we can go back to the phone.
Okay. Stuart, your line is unmuted.
Yes, thank you. I would say that I appreciate the mix of physical and financial. I think that's going to be extremely important and in all of our interests. I'm glad to see the proposals looking at all year round, whether it's some derivative of Jeff's approach or the bid range trading, something on the front end is needed for willing parties to come together and try and prevent failure rather than wait on failure. And I'm kind of more inclined to have suppliers set the price that they're willing to trade at. And then on the back end, I appreciate the proposal. I'm not so sure the the hub would be necessarily a good point versus, some severe financial penalty. But at the end of the day, if there is some form of multiple failures, there has to be some physical consequence. And I do believe this gets to the heart of reliability. It gets to leaning. So we need to come up with some workable design that can be implemented from day one. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. I guess just to follow up, so from your perspective, I think the question I posed at the end, if a BAA chose not to cure through the EDAM, is that a reasonable choice for a BAA to be able to make?
I think that could be problematic, Danny. I need to think about that. I think I think that there may be some issues. It's almost like, well, I'll choose to participate this day and not another day, potentially, which I don't know if I particularly like that. I get the point that maybe you're not harmed, but in terms of commitment to, an EDAM, I think it could be problematic, but I would need to think more about it, Danny.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, that's the type of feedback that I'm looking for, because we're trying to answer that question, and the more perspectives we get, the more confident we'll be with what the right answer is.
Hi, Marcy Palmstrom with Southern California Edison. I think I had a clarifying question, and it was sort of a little bit answered through the comments we've had. So maybe as we hear more comments, I'll get more of a clarification. But how does this work with multiple LSCs within a balancing authority? And so if you have one deficient LSC and everyone else is sufficient, how do those penalties or consequences flow? And then the opposite, if you have everyone is deficient except for maybe one LSC, that's where I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, I think that we're still contemplating doing this on a BAA by BAA specific basis. That's how the RSC would be run. I think the really easy answer is it would probably be settled as any like emergency manual dispatch right now. To the extent that any BAA wanted to get more granular and figure out a cost allocation that was more reflective of any of the sub-parties in that BAA who may have been deficient, I think for potential EDAM BAAs, that would be evaluated through their OAT process. For the CAISO, you do raise a valid point. If that is a desire from CAISO LSCs, we would like to hear that, because we would likely need a parallel stakeholder process or kind of add to scope of the EDAM to develop that type of framework for the CAISO specifically, figure out how to allocate those costs.
Okay, so yeah, if there's a penalty, does it only flow to the deficient LSCs, or
it would be to the entire, everything that we are doing through the EDAM right now is at a BAA basis. So getting more granular would take each BAA kind of on their own, taking the EDAM rules and then applying them downwards.
So, I mean, if you have let's say, repeat offender that is creating a deficiency across the BAA, then you have a situation where you have sufficient LSCs then paying financial consequences, even though they're sufficient. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I think that would be the default unless there's a desire for more granular. And this isn't a new problem. Right now, any of the LSCs in a BAA could be deficient, which causes reliability issues. So there are, the BAAs already, from a reliability perspective, at least try to address this. But it does sound to me like, at least from your perspective, that SE would be interested in, within a California ISO, having a more granular application of these curing type consequences.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'd be interested to understand how that would work. I understand you're going down to another level of granularity, but I think in terms of fairness and equity, how do we make sure that LSCs are paying for their deficiency and others are not paying for their deficiency?
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and I'd like to turn and ask, kind of, do the other LSCs in the CAISO BAA, is this something you'd also be interested in? Because I think what you're proposing is completely reasonable, but I don't think it's an insubstantial effort to both design it and then, or do all the policy making to figure out what the design is and then to implement it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Do we have any other questions in the room? Okay, let's go back to our phone questions.
All right, moving on to the next one in queue. Dan, your line is unmuted.
Hey, thanks. Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Dan.
Great. Danny, can you jump back to slide 47, I think it was?
Sure.
So your bullet 2 on the con side, this kind of builds on the comment that Todd from PG&E made a little bit ago, and that's just, I think it's really important that we define the paradigm that we expect to be operating in when developing these policies. And for me, that breaks down to how does year 1 of EDAM look versus year 3, 4, 5? Because that plays into what the bilateral market looks like that's surrounding EDAM, and then what the bilateral market looks like then has consequences for how you reference hubs, where you can get additional supply, where you can self-cure from. And I just would encourage the CAISO and maybe stakeholders in comments to do some exploratory thinking around that, and consider maybe how policies may make sense under different levels of market penetration, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. And I don't think this concern is isolated to the EDAM alone even. I think even, like, my understanding is the RAP is proposing to utilize hub prices for some of their references. So to the extent that the liquidity does dry up at these hubs, I think it's, what you're pointing out is just our references for kind of all of the capacity programs across the West might have to be indexed off something else or have kind of a different baseline.
Yeah, and it extends to the conversations this morning as well about the intertie market, you know, thinking about what does it look like if there are only, you know, say 2 BAs in the West that are not participating in EDAM or another day-ahead organized market. And those are the only BAs that are resources in those BAs are the only ones that are able to submit economic intertie bids at the CAISO's border or, you know, maybe at a different EDAM entity's border. Does that create different concerns? Does it alleviate concerns? Those sorts of questions.
Yeah, I think my first take is if we can get to the point where there's only 2 BAs that are not in the EDAM and the Western Interconnection, we've done pretty well. I'd like to then kind of think that that whole bid range trading concept might become a little more useful because BAs would have kind of a better trusting understanding with each other and would just make surplus capacity available if they had it for whatever price, and maybe that fills somewhat of the void that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. I just think clearly stating assumptions in the sort of mental framework that you're operating from for everyone will help this go more smoothly.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Dan. I think that at least my personal assumption is that go live probably will not be with the current footprint of the WEIM. I imagine it would probably look something like what happened in the WEIM. Maybe there are more people who join initially because they've had good experiences with the WEIM, but I do think some progression of BAs joining would be expected. All that's to say, I think that we have some time before we have to like explicitly address the reference price for this type of financial penalty.
All right, moving on to our next caller in queue. Todd, your line is unmuted.
Hi, Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric again. Hey, Danny, another question occurred to me. So it seems like if a balancing area is deficient by, say, just 1 megawatt, that they're going to be charged 1 megawatt times by the bilateral price for a 16-hour block. Now, assuming that they are deficient maybe in 2 consecutive hours, that same 1 megawatt, would they be charged for 2 16-hour blocks, or have you given thought to like whether that 16-hour block covers that megawatt for the entire 16-hour block?
I I would expect it would cover multiple hours of insufficiency.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
All right, moving on to our next caller in queue. Jeff, your line is unmuted.
Hi there. It's actually Mark Holman with PowerX. I wanted to just touch on, and I'm glad we're looking at the consequences right after this morning's discussion, and even tying back in with yesterday afternoon's discussion. I think it's helpful to think about where the region might be in 2024, 2025. You know, we're not quite there yet, but we have a RAP program that is approaching a FERC filing with a pretty big footprint. And just to provide some perspective on what those rules and that framework looks like, you're going to have a widespread, potentially almost all entities outside of California procuring sufficient identifiable supply 7 months ahead of time or earlier to each season. You're going to have them securing transmission rights at the 7-month and topping that up so that they come into the day-ahead time frame, each meeting collectively a 1 day and 10-year requirement. So when we talk about consequences, and I can understand these financial consequences, which similar to the EIM, I think financial consequences can make sense in the moment. But a couple questions that come up with consequences is, what do we do if we get to that place where we have two different RA programs? The RAP has secured identifiable supply, transmission rights, all those members are coming in enough, and then this is seen as just an economic option, and we end up with someone, particularly, but perhaps not only, the CAISO BAA, who uses this financial settlement 6 or 8 days a year on the hottest days because we haven't insured and really aligned the RA programs, or at least aligned the collective CAISO procurement to have real identifiable deliverable supply that's tagged day ahead. Doesn't this become a problem if this is an economic option rather than what do we do in a paradigm where all the BAs really are bringing enough to the table, and this is a random rare occurrence versus an occurrence that you know is likely going to happen on a hot summer day, and you know which BAs are going to probably trigger it? I think that's, it's very different to use a financial mechanism as a backstop amongst all entities meeting a similarly robust resource adequacy, resource sufficiency, and coming into the day ahead with enough, versus putting in a financial mechanism that says, well, we're not going to do that, and then this is going to be used by certain BAs. And so that's kind of component one. Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, no. I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the concept, Mark. So at least what we've put here is a financial consequence that looks like what a BA would have to go buy bilaterally prior to the next day if they needed next day supply. And I think what you're positing is that going forward, no BAAs will be making daily energy transactions under WSPP Schedule Cs, because if these are roughly priced at the same way, it would seem to me to be pretty equivalent to that type of transaction. So I'm struggling with where the concern is.
So Danny, respectfully, I'm finding a tendency that you're saying that I'm saying things. Like, I didn't say nobody's going to be making WSPP Schedule C transactions. I never said that.
You said everybody's going to come in to the market, and that the only people who would be using this type of thing would be people who haven't made forward contracts. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand how pricing consequences at the hub prices for a 16-hour block is materially different than an entity right now going out and making a next day purchase under a WSPP Schedule C for a 16-hour peak block. That's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, so let me explain it again. What I'm saying is that a financial consequence where everybody is coming in with enough supply but has a random occurrence where something went wrong and they're facing a financial consequence, I think is the right mechanism. And we absolutely, when we get there, don't want to see anyone have a reliability event if we can avoid it, and we want to apply a financial consequence, and we support that concept. What I'm saying is that enough if we find that we launch this, we haven't made sure that we have day-ahead E-tags and identifiable supply, and let's say we go through the first year and it's the same BA that has triggered this consequence on the 8 hottest days for significant volume. Is that, I'm posing the question, is that an acceptable outcome, that it's not a random occurrence, but this becomes an economic option to not either fix the RA program or procure month ahead or actually participate to the extent there is supply in the weekly or daily markets before the EDAM? Is it okay for this to be something that someone just says, hey, I don't need to forward procure. I think that RAP program is great. They usually have surplus. I'll just come in and I'll trigger this mechanism 6 or 8 days a year on the hottest days of the year or the coldest winter days. And that's what I'm saying, is saying that the mechanism, I think, can make sense if everyone's coming with enough to the table. But if it becomes something that is, hey, this is what we're going to use as an economic option to avoid forward procuring and showing up day ahead in the first place with enough, and it's not something that gets infrequently and randomly triggered, I think that's 2 different paradigms.
I see a question in the room, and maybe Mike can kind of highlight where we may be talking past each other.
Yeah, this is Mike from PacifiCorp. If I understand what Mark is saying, I think what we have up here on the slide, and I think some of this might have come from our comments. So just kind of full transparency there, but I think what this helps solve is, is making that in the near term leaning or relying on the market to serve your load, and incentivizes, on the day ahead, if you don't have, enough energy to pass the RSC, to go out and procure that. I think what Mark is talking about is kind of the longer term planning, and if all it is this financial consequence of, the 16-hour block product or the equivalent of that, it could still provide a financial incentive to not procure enough in, the forward, whether that be through, a PPA or, building a resource, and to say, oh, well, I can always just buy from the market at, this penalty price. And so I think that's what I'm hearing Mark saying, and I agree with that. And so I think we have to build the RSC right, and we have to get to a place where we have confidence, and the RSC can kind of bridge that gap between the different RA programs, where we come into the day ahead and we're confident in each other's supply. And then, but I do think even beyond that, there needs to be some sort of monitoring for habitual failure. And, especially if, we have a single entity, whoever that might be, kind of habitually failing the RSC in kind of the most tight times, that there's got to be some sort of consequence steeper than just a 16-hour block product. And I don't know what that consequence is. I don't know, Mark, did I?
Yeah, that's really helpful, Mike, because I really agreed with your points this morning, and I think this just ties in with this. I mean, I'm not criticizing the price, but I don't even think this even incents day-ahead procurement, because, if you actually had to go out and buy day-ahead, you might end up paying the index, you might end up paying a little higher than the index. Say, well, I didn't have to do that. I'll just wait, and I'll just pay the day-ahead price, and I'll get it in the day-ahead market. And I'm not criticizing the price. I'm saying this price should not become an economic option. It's something that you apply when someone inadvertently fails, but you need to do something different if the rest of the RA program design allows and perhaps even encourages BAs to show up and rely on this. And so what mechanism is there to say, to protect against someone doing this predictably on the most challenging days, and it's the same BA and it's big quantity and they're doing it all the time? Because really what you're doing when you do that is you are increasing the reliability risk of the whole footprint, because now the whole footprint is tighter going into real time because that BA didn't come in with enough and had to be supported by others predictably on the more challenging days. And so I think we just got to really reflect that this should be the financial consequence, but it's not sufficient in of its own and should not be an economic option that can be pursued. The second part of what I was asking is, what do you do if there's not enough? What do you do if there's not enough, or if allowing the entity to participate and use this means that we are going to leave the footprint deficient, maybe enough flex reserves to get through real time? What are we going to do when it comes to whose load would have to get interrupted if someone comes in deficient? If they pay this, are they still the ones that are first exposed, or is it pro rata? So again, I think the consequences, this needs to be framed as one component of consequences for inadvertent failure, not as, hey, we did this, so now it's okay, and we can just do pro rata load and export shedding, and entities are free to use this instead of show up with enough in a systemic way.
Can I try to answer, Mark? So I'll take the second part first. I think we would look to have a similar constraint that we have in the EDAM, where no BAA would export themselves into an insufficiency. So I think the idea that the whole footprint would be short is not something we've contemplated, because that BA wouldn't be able to cure all their insufficiency. On your prior point, we were trying to position this as not advantageous to cure through the EDAM than curing through the bilateral market. I guess what I'm struggling with is you've put forward this concern that somebody might cure through the EDAM at similar prices 6 or 8 times a year. Are you considering a similar constraint in the bilateral market? Like, are you not going to sell to the same entity who needs a day ahead transaction 6 times in the summer? Because that kind of, at least to me, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but the way I'm interpreting that is that the EDAM, you wouldn't want to be able to be used like the bilateral market. But my takeaway is, if it's priced similarly and it's not undercutting it, I'm not as much following the concern. And I see Mike's about to jump in again.
Well, I'll let Mike go first.
Okay, thanks, Mark. I don't think it's the same to say that we might be at the bilateral market 6 to 8 times a year. I mean, probably realistically we'll be there more than that. It's different if there's excess supply in the EDAM footprint that can backfill this. And, above and beyond each entity's RSC. That's a little bit different. That's where, maybe there's less concern. You pay, kind of the equivalent or the equivalent plus something to remedy that in EDAM. But on those tight conditions where the market itself is tight, I think this is a concern, and it's not the same as, going to the bilateral market, because the entire footprint is tight. We have coincident heat throughout the West. We have a heat dome in Portland, or, whatever the cause would be. So I don't think it's the same.
Well, maybe I wasn't clear on the front end. That this curing wouldn't put any BAA into an insufficiency. This would all be based on residual supply that has been voluntarily offered into the EDAM, and it would just be the curing would be procured based off that residual supply at prices similar as we can make them to the prevailing bilateral prices, rather than through the bilateral market. It's just a different option in our eyes from the same type of ability to cure a supply insufficiency on a day ahead basis.
Can I ask you this, Danny? Because I think we're narrowing in on what the concern is, which is there's not a concern on regular days with no stress in the system, right? That, there's plenty of supply out there. And I agree with Mike, you look at the 6 or 8 hottest days, this is not the same as what you would do in the bilateral market. And so I think in the bilateral market, entities that are all struggling to meet their load, but might have a little bit of surplus. They're going to be careful on how much of that they sell. I think entities coming in and saying, I can tell you this, there's a lot of entities out there right now that would love to be able to say, anytime I have tight system conditions, I've got a call option on everybody else's calculated surplus at index. On those stress days, I would be concerned about you just looking at EDAM energy offers, the CAISO determining there's enough, and then allowing it to be cured this way if that becomes a pattern on stress days, because you're tightening up the whole footprint if somebody's coming in predictably short. And that's the concern, is that this could be the start of a good mechanism for non-stress days. But I think if this becomes an economic option on stress days, I think it is concerning.
Isn't it a self-correcting problem though? Because there's no must offer obligation beyond meeting an RSE. So that call option exists only to the extent that a BAA has offered surplus supply beyond what was needed to meet its RSE. So I'm not, again, I guess we might disagree on that point, but I see, Mike, you want to.
Well, I want to ask you a question on that. And I guess I agree with Mark that this is probably a really good starting point. And I have some ideas that I want to throw out there. But so if there's not excess supply to actually fill that RSC requirement at this price, what happens to that entity that doesn't?
Our thought is they would fill the RSC, they would get their bucket 1 transfers, which is kind of that pre-contracted external supply or forward contracted supply into the BAA. And absent that, they would be cut off from all incremental transfers. They would be a standalone BAA who would have their own opportunity to try to cure their insufficiency prior to the day-ahead market, or prior to the real-time market.
Prior to real-time. Okay. That's a helpful clarification. I guess some of my thoughts. Well, I shared the one where I think there needs to be some sort of monitoring for habitual failure. But the other one that I think is, if you failed the RSC, your anything being imported into your BA, so if it's PAC, any imports coming in, are lowest priority.
So you're thinking that even if you cure, you would have the lowest priority going into real time
and I guess, yes, but I think there's maybe a nuance there where if you were able to actually backfill that supply or that failure with firm supply, then there maybe shouldn't be a difference in priority. But I guess I was more thinking where you said that entity would be, if there was not backfill for that supply, that entity would be then, isolated island until real time. I have to think through that. I guess I initially don't like that idea but if the market doesn't have it to backfill it, maybe that is the right approach. But I was more along the lines thinking, if you do have to, you're carrying less flexibility, you keep that entity in the day ahead market, let them participate. At that point, any, transfers to them would be lowest priority, but maybe it's just another option there.
And I like what Mike's describing. I like the second bullet point on your slide, Danny, that, there's a and I'm not suggesting the bid range trading platform itself, but I think that's a different one where entities have come in and said, I'm willing to offer additional firm supply to people to procure to pass their RSE. I think versus charging a financial charge in one, which again, we're okay with in general conditions, but then treating that as if the entity brought the same amount as physical supply as everyone else because they paid a financial price. I don't think that's right from a reliability perspective. So I kind of like where Mike is going, which says, I came in short, it was a tight day, I've paid the price, but if we then get into real time, I don't think at that point that entity should be treated the same as everyone else if there ends up having to be a load shed event. They still didn't come in with their 500 megawatts that they paid the penalty on or whatever the number is. I think their EDAM transfers should go into their BA should go first because they didn't secure supply. They came in and said, I'll just pay a penalty and use some of your supply.
Okay, so I'm hearing a desire to try to bifurcate the confidence in transfers based upon the need to cure through the EDAM. I think that's something that we can take back and think about and maybe have more discussion on in the meetings at the end of the month when we kind of explicitly talk about confidence in transfers. I know ISO has had some reservations about doing that, and then I think there's a implementation detail about how we would even do that we'd have to talk through the feasibility of. I guess I keep going back to my original point, and I'm still struggling with this. Like, we don't want this to be used in lieu of sufficient forward procurement, but as long as BAAs use day-ahead forward procurement, if we can get the pricing right so this doesn't undercut that, it just seems to me to be another option that would be similar to the existing options that are out there for BAAs right now to take advantage of. And through this process, we're not looking to get rid of, right? Like, I don't think
so let's talk
contracting on a day-ahead basis to signing a WSBP at 6 a.m. to make sure you have enough supply to meet your EDAM RSE. I don't think we're going to take away that option.
So Danny, let's talk that through a little bit because I think that's important. And again, if you fast forward to 2024, 2025, and let's assume the RAP program stood up, one of the key drivers for the RAP program is entities' concern that they won't be able to find that supply one day at a time on the critical days. And the entities that, let's say, opt out of RAP, what are they faced with if they don't become part of a common RA program where they procure sufficient supply 7 months ahead of time that's identifiable, that's deliverable, et cetera? They're faced with, as you point out, well, they could just buy those 6 or 8 hot days and this is the price they would pay. But they're subject to two things. They're subject to, will I be able to find it? Is there enough out there? And the second thing they're subject to is if they're not, it's going to be their load that's exposed to being shed before the people who went and did the forward procurement and did secure enough load is at risk because they're on their own. And that's what I was getting at was we're okay with this when there's not a problem as a starting concept, but it comes back to if someone's choosing not to forward procure through an RA program and leaving it to one day at a time, this can't just become a call option at the day ahead price and then you get treated the same as everyone else if there ends up not being enough supply in real time to keep the lights on.
And maybe Mike can kind of help referee this again. I'm still getting stuck on this whole idea. It's only a call option to the point that excess supply is voluntarily offered into the EIM. So you're right that BAA who isn't part of RAP, who might not be part of the CPUC's RA program, yeah, they are on their own and they are scrambling on the hottest 6 or 8 days a year. And maybe they can find that power through the bilateral market, or maybe they could find it through the EDAM, but their ability to find that excess supply is still predicated on finding a willing seller for it. This doesn't give a call option on supply that's not made available to the EDAM.
Mike, I think you're still not seeing it that Sorry, Danny.
I can definitely agree, Mark. I'm not seeing this. To me, this seems like a equivalent option as long as a BAA can go into the day-ahead bilateral process and secure supply on a daily basis.
So in the EDAM, if somebody has come in with sufficient supply and they offer energy in the EDAM, I think what you're proposing is that another BA that didn't have enough can use that to meet their RSC and pay this price. And then if we get into real time and there's not enough to serve load, both the entity that had the surplus and offered it in and the entity that didn't bring enough to the RSC, their load would have equal access and equal curtailments if there wasn't enough supply to go around. That's what I think you're proposing.
So I want to table the priority of curtailments because I think we do need to give that more thought and have this at the end of the month. But it gets back to, yes, if the BAA offered surplus capacity in and the other BAA used it through the EDAM, it would have equal priority. Just like in the day-ahead bilateral world, if a BAA sells excess capacity through a WSPP contract, they are going to honor it. It's the same paradigm. Unless I'm missing something.
I think we're going to have to agree to disagree.
I think I'm missing something, and I see Carrie's raising her hand. Maybe she can help tell me what I'm missing too.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. So first I want to emphasize what Mike said at the panel on the last RSC panel we served on at the last workshop, where he said this is absolutely something you need to monitor and repeated offenders definitely need consequences. And I'm wondering if it seems like we've kind of outlined a good structure in my mind, and maybe I'm missing it, but here's kind of how I thought this proposal has laid out. And I have a tweak that may help PowerX. So if you fail within the RSC, so not afterward, not if you fail to tag in that situation, but if you fail within the RSC, then you have these automatic financial consequences. And in my mind, I do agree it's probably not enough. I think maybe monitoring, in fact, might be too after the fact. And you could have these escalating based on the number of times you have these financial penalty. I like that naturally the prices will be higher during more stressed conditions. So you could just throw on an escalator to it. And the first couple times you use this, you just pay the price. And then the second or third time, you multiply that by 50% and you just increase over time. And if you use it 10 times at that point in time, it gets really expensive to lean on this market. And maybe there's, that's quarterly or annually. But I do think an escalator on this would be appropriate and solve PowerX's issue. I also think that the escalator should be considered, though, in conjunction with what you then do in real time. So if you cure it through this mechanism, then in real time, do you do as Mike suggests, don't cut them off, just say, okay, all your imports are now lower priority. To me, that actually seems fair. If you're paying this escalating price, maybe you don't isolate them now in real time because they've cured, but you say, yeah, the tags are lower or the imports are lower priority. That made a lot of sense to me. And then likewise, if you pass RSC and then you fail to tag later on, now you don't have these financial penalties. You do have to go through the bilateral market. And then there, maybe you are cut off, or again, maybe your imports have lower priority, but perhaps we do treat those situations slightly different. But I think if you lay that out, we have good options that we could talk about. So I really think like your general framework sounds really good to me, and there's ways to address what PowerX is saying.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie.
Danny, can I just follow up briefly on Carrie's? I just say that
sure.
I agree with a lot of what Carrie described. I think that and I'm not as concerned about the escalator. It probably should be something like 110% of that, because that can often happen in the bilateral market, but I'm not as concerned about that. I think what I'm feeling is that in the wrap room, many have come to the realization that financial charges doesn't maintain reliability, and you've cured it financially. You have not cured it physically. When you're just saying, I paid a price and now I get equal access from a reliability perspective to other people's supply. I do think the imports for a failing BA needs to be lower priority, because the person who brought the physical supply, as opposed to the entity that paid a financial charge, the entity that brings the physical supplies reliability should get the benefit of that.
Yeah, and I think that was what I outlined. I completely agree with that. You know, if I want it, I don't mean the escalator every time. I mean, it escalates, first of all, over the times you use it. So at some point in time, you're paying, 500% of this price. And in my mind, that's a really good prohibition from leaning. And so I think financial penalties do have a role in markets as long as they're set appropriately high. But yeah, I agree with you. Maybe we should consider lower priority tags, even if you cure after the fact.
I got to be honest while we're going to Michelle. Maybe I'm being really dense on this. I don't understand how this is leaning if through this process, the price is the same and we can make it the same as what an entity can go out and contract for on a day ahead basis through a WSPP contract. This is supply that is voluntarily offered into the market, just like supply would be voluntarily sold under a WSPP. If we can get the prices right, how is it leaning if this is transacted through the EDAM rather than leaning if it's transacted through the bilateral market?
So let's use an example.
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to use an example, Danny, because I think this might help. Let's just use PacifiCorp and the CAISO. So let's just say PacifiCorp comes into the day-ahead market, they pass the RSE, and they offer all of their supply in EDAM and bid in all of their load. And the calculation shows that they have 500 megawatts extra. And the CAISO comes in, let's say 500 megawatts short. And we use someone else if you like, but just as an example. And you say, well, we failed, but we're going to pay PacifiCorp 500 megawatts times this charge to cure that deficiency. Now we get into real time and load exceeds what we expected. Maybe we have some unit outages, whatever the case may be. What we're saying is the CAISO's load should go first in that case, and it would be reversed if we use the opposite example. Not that PacifiCorp should pro rata cut its load with its transfers because it came in with more than enough physical. And yes, you cured financially, but I think when we get to load shed, we got to reflect that you didn't cure it physically. And like I said, a common theme we've experienced throughout all the RAP discussions is liquidated damages and financial charges don't keep the lights on, and we need people to bring real identifiable and deliverable supply. And it's not the same just because PacifiCorp offered some extra EDAM energy to say, well, you could have bought that from PacifiCorp, yes, earlier in the bilateral market or in the month ahead. You didn't, and you didn't come in with enough physical energy.
I'm still lost, I guess. PacifiCorp had the same 500 megawatts of supply, and they sold it. They sold that physical supply entity trying to cure through the EDAM rather than selling it bilaterally through a WSPP. It still seems to me like they were a willing seller for 500 megawatts of day-ahead supply.
So I think, Danny, this is Mike from PacifiCorp. Just piggybacking on Mark's example, and maybe we're talking past each other a little bit here. I think the difference is if we have that 500 megawatts excess supply and we take it, I don't know, to Mid-C or Palo Verde or something, and we sell it in the bilateral market, we've made that decision to do that. If we've economically bid it into the market and it gets picked up even at this higher price by an entity that has failed the RSE, and then we go into real time, I mean, that is a different situation, because they have now that entity, because they don't have that physical supply, you know, using Mark's words, they've cured it financially, but they haven't cured it physically. They have caused that stress on the footprint and on the market. And so to me, it's kind of a causation issue that they came short, even if at a higher price, they, you know, were awarded resources. They've caused that stress. And so that's why I think they get the lower priority.
Well, I don't want to talk about priority. To me, like,
I know you don't want to.
Yeah, well,
but I think this is it. The problem if we don't talk about these things together is that they're so intertwined, though. I mean, I think we do have to talk about them together. And if we need to table this, that I think that's okay.
Yeah, no, I think I do plan to talk about it. We have been contemplating having different levels of priority. The way we've thought of this whole thing is this is just a viable alternative to cure supply insufficiencies with physical supply that has been offered into the market outside of the existing day-ahead process. And that's why we're trying to set the prices to proxy what the prices would be to procure this supply bilaterally.
Okay. And so if I could just add one thing. So I really like the bullet on the bid range trading platform, because in my mind, if you know you're going to fail the RSC and folks have offered, something to the trading platform that you have proposed here, and they go out and cure it there, that's different. Now you're resource sufficient. You've cured that physically and financially. You're in same priority as everyone else. I think the difference is if you fail the RSC, and using Mark's example, there's one resource that's short and one resource that's long. You fail the RSC and you let the market solve that, optimize that, and even at the higher price, that's different than both entities coming resource sufficient. And so when there are changes there might be excess supply in day ahead, but when there are changes in stress conditions that happen in real time, you've now eroded the confidence of that RSC because one entity is shorter than the other. And even if the other entity had excess supply, they should have priority to their own excess supply because the other entity did not meet their RSC obligation with firm energy, with actual, physical supply. They only met it financially. Now, if you do it on the trading platform, I agree with you. Or if you do it in the bilateral market, I agree with you. If you rely on the IFM and just pay a higher price, that's where I think we're not agreeing. And so, I don't know if Mark.
Let me add kind of just a variation to the example that you gave. What if two entities are resource sufficient and your supply is cheaper in the day ahead process and they choose to not turn on a generator that they cannot turn on by real time and something happens? Then who has priority? Like my assumption would be there was a willing buyer and a willing seller, and you were only offering supply in that you didn't need going into the real-time market, and you had some type of cushion. So otherwise you wouldn't have offered it in. Because to me, this is whether it's cured
I have an answer
or
for
not.
That. I actually think, in my opinion, that if you have, so we're talking about kind of long start resources, right? If you have to rely on a long start resource that has an 18-hour start time to pass the RSC, that needs to be committed the day ahead, because that means we're in tight conditions. That means we're in tight conditions. That if it's relied on to start the RSC, the same concept that I brought up with intertype bids, it needs to be available through real time. So that resource needs to be committed and it needs to be self-scheduled at its minimum, and then it can be dispatched. Because if not, the whole reason for day ahead reliability and resource efficiency is we're not serving load in the day ahead, we're serving load in real time. So if we have this uncertainty requirement, this RSC, and we let capacity essentially vanish, whether it's because we didn't commit a long start resource, we didn't pick up an intertie bid without a contractual obligation in the RSC, and we get under stress conditions and there's changes, there's a, smoke coverage over our solar, or, it's hotter than we thought it was going to be, or, the heat dome extends past Portland into, other parts of whatever the thing is, we built that uncertainty requirement in, but if we've allowed resources not to come online, we've allowed intertie bids that are not contractually obligated to go sell somewhere else, we now shrunk our pool of resources that we relied on in the day ahead, and they're not available in the real time. And so that RSC has to be accurate so that we can serve load in real time.
I agree. I think I'm still struggling with the optimal unit commitment though. Like in this example, you have a long start unit, right? That doesn't get committed optimally because you as PacifiCorp is planning on relying on supply from Idaho, from Kathy. If something occurs, like, would you expect her to retract her supply, or
no?
Are
I
you
go back to what I'm saying.
If it is the long start resource outside the market,
if we are expecting such stress conditions in the day ahead that we're committing 18 to pass the RSC, that means, well, we don't have any like 18-hour start resource. But
can I question?
Yeah.
Are you saying self-committing it to pass RSC, or are you saying it's available for commitment by the optimization and that's satisfactory for passing RSC?
Nope. I'm saying if you have something that has to be started today for it to be reliable, to be relied on tomorrow, you should start it and self-commit it today. Because if that's the case, we are, unless I'm only talking about long start resources. If it's a 10-minute resource, obviously you don't have to start it, right? But if it's an 18-hour start unit, yeah, and you are so stressed because your load forecast or other outages or whatever you have that you are relying on that kind of last resource in your stack, yeah, because if you don't start it and Kathy has some excess and we optimize the system, the pool of resources that we said we were sufficient, that we used to prove that we were sufficient, has now shrunk and it is no longer there. And it's different with a unit that can be started in 10 minutes or 4 hours, because you can start that in real time. You can start that if that can be your uncertainty. But if it's an 18-hour start unit, you can't. If it turns out, I'll stop my rant. Sorry.
No, I think that this is good to know. This is a pretty different kind of structure than I've understood. Like I put my California ISO BAA hat on, and we have a day ahead must offer obligation for our resources, for most of them anyway. And say a large once through cooling unit that is fairly expensive gets offered in, and it is not utilized by the market because it was economically displaced by excess supply somewhere else within the EDM footprint. I don't think we would plan on EDing that resource online. We would, as a BAA, have confidence in the party who's making that excess supply available, continuing to make that excess supply available through the EDM footprint, or through the real-time timeline, real-time horizon. Sorry.
Yeah. Jenny, can we back up to the point that Mike made and asked if I agreed? I fully agreed with the description that Mike gave. And I think maybe the part that we're not connecting with you on is it's probably a pretty good indication in the example I gave that PacifiCorp has 500 megawatts of extra. They didn't sell it day ahead. And you should wonder why they didn't sell it day ahead in the bilateral market. And that's because they know if they sold it in the bilateral market, it's no longer available to them. And so entities will come into the market with some amount of insurance for uncertainty, for variability, et cetera, for things to go wrong. And I think that's the part that maybe where the gap is showing up, is to say, if somebody has a robust resource adequacy program and they regularly have surplus, and then they sell off what they're comfortable in the bilateral market as 16-hour blocks, and then they have 500 megawatts left over, they'd be willing to offer that and pool potentially in the reliability risk with everybody else who comes in sufficient. But to say now, if you offer that in, you are going to have pooled reliability risk with entities that are deficit, their reliability risk just went way up. And that's the driver why they didn't sell it in the bilateral market. And I think that's the problem, is we're bringing everyone's reliability down to the entity that is deficit if we allow a financial curement to mean that they get equal access now to that supply if there's not enough in real time.
So I think we're now having kind of two parallel conversations here. We're kind of having the conversation of what is the confidence of transfers versus what should the confidence of transfers be if you have to cure through the EDAM. And panelists, correct me if I'm wrong, my assumption has always been if you are offering supply into the EDAM, you are offering that supply for sale and you are standing behind it. I have not contemplated the EDAM construct of bids that are recallable after dispatch if something happens within your BAA. Like the only way this works is if the confident or if the transfers that are made out of the supply that was voluntarily offered in are stood behind. So that's at least the paradigm I've been operating under. What?
They're not stood behind for someone who came in and failed the RSE if things go wrong. And I think someone who failed the RSE.
I think my comment, Mark, would be then they're not required to offer the surplus supply into the EDAM, right? Like this is surplus supply that is voluntarily being offered for resale through the EDAM rather than the bilateral market. But
you're saying don't offer your additional supply into the EDAM unless you're willing to socialize your reliability risk with someone who's short.
I'm saying don't offer surplus supply into the EDAM unless you're willing to sell that supply.
I think what many are hoping, at least what we would be hoping, is that we could sell all of your surplus right up to the limit that you have left over in a pool of other entities that are sufficient, and that your risk of the pool being running tight is relatively rare. But if selling your supply into the EDAM right up to your limit means that much more frequently that pool could be at risk of a reliability event and you're going to have to share in that even though you came in with enough and somebody else didn't, I think that's a challenge.
This is Anna. Sorry. Hi. This is Anna McKenna from the California ISO. I just wanted to make a couple observations. I think, Mark, you raised some good points in that the quality of the capacity that is cured for through the market should be just as good as what you get out of the bilateral market, just as secure, just as firm, and it shouldn't be eroded by the uncertainties of the market rules as you go through the market steps. And I do question at this point why the bilateral transaction would be of better quality than what's in the market. And I was thinking to Mike's point, and I think, Mike, you were going down a path where it kind of points back to the rules as to how you enter the RSC, how you enter the IFM. So I think this discussion is really helpful because I think what I hear us saying is, hey, I'd feel comfortable with allowing parties to cure through the market if it's there and it's actually going to be reliable all through the real time. So maybe what we need to think about is, okay, if those are the principles we want to follow, then what do we need to do to firm that up? But there's pros and cons around that, and there's costs and benefits. And so this group, I think, needs to consider what it is you want to get out of the market and how firm you might want to make it. And I'll take opposition to the suggestion that the bilateral market is a better way to do it because I think Danny was trying to point to this. At least through the IFM, you get the better economic solution. And that might be a better option for folks who are trying to get the right cost benefit analysis out of it, outcome out of this. So I just wanted to throw that out there a little bit, Mike, because I thought you raised some really good points about, what that means with the resources coming into RSC.
Yeah. And I still think we're talking past each other a little bit. And I hear you, and Danny, when you're saying don't sell into the market unless you want to sell into the market. Okay. My response to that would be, before we bid into the market at 1 p.m., you let me know who's resource sufficient, who's not resource sufficient, and then I will determine whether or not and how much someone has failed the RSC by, and then I will determine whether or not we want to bid in any resources above our RSC, because what that means is I have to be able to, what Mark is saying and what I hear Mark saying and what I'm saying, I think we're trying to say the same thing. We have to control whether we take on that reliability risk or not. And so if we're going to let the market, which I think we should, like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to freeze anybody out of the market. I think we should let an entity, if they fail the RSC, participate in the market. And if there's excess supply, they should be able to buy that excess supply. But they've also increased the reliability risk for the footprint. And what we are asking, and I know this goes to the confidence in the EDAM transfers, but it also is part of what we're asking for is for it to be part of the RSC failure consequences. What we're asking for is that the transfers to that entity that increase the reliability risk become lowest priority.
Yeah, no,
I apologize. I've got to run to another call, but I just want to leave it with, I think I'm exactly where Mike is. So thanks for that. And I apologize, Danny. Please go ahead.
No, thanks for calling in, Mark. This has been helpful. So I think what you heard sounds like progress. That sounds like a viable option. And if I understand, you as a BA would want to be able to control when you're selling into a deficient market. I think we would probably have to, I'm going to need to talk to our lawyers to figure out what that implies. That does raise some like red flags on kind of market power concerns with the bilateral day ahead. But this is a win though, because this is at least I understand what you're saying now, and this is at least a viable option that we can start thinking through.
And just to be, so my first position would still be just make those lowest priorities. So if we do get to that point, that entity that was deficient is bearing that first. My other option, which I understand there's like market manipulation, all sorts of problems there. And that was mostly just to kind of make my point to what we're doing, trying to fix.
Okay. Yeah. I think I understand.
But if we can figure out how to do that.
So thank you. I think you were finally able to hold my hand and get me there. So thank you.
I do think whatever path we go, I think the incentive should be, in the long term, trying to maximize the incentive for putting more of your resources in, not holding them back because you have a concern about the reliability risk, because you may be in a pool with some others that may be felt like short. So I think whatever direction we go, we should be looking, at least that's one lens we should be looking at through and trying to achieve. I realize that day one, everybody's probably going to be a little bit conservative, holding some of that, wanting to hold some of that capacity back for insurance. But over time, I'm hoping that the confidence builds and naturally gets to that point where you're maximizing that. So.
Okay, we have a few more callers on the phone, so let's go ahead and go to the next one. Shreyas, are you there?
Hi, this is Lindsay Schluckway with NV Energy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Lindsay.
Hi. Sorry, this is a completely different question for something on a different topic than what you guys were discussing. But so I had a question about the physical failure option if you were to elect that. I think you had a question on one of your slides. And I was just wondering if an entity elected the physical failure option rather than the financial option for curing a failure, then if they pass to the real-time test, then they would be allowed to participate in the EIM, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the whole concept is the obligation is wholly on that isolated BAA to then pass the real-time RSE.
Okay. And so then are you kind of getting at the question and asking us if there would be any redispatch concerns? Because in the day ahead, everybody would be committed and everything, all market awards would be kind of excluding that BA. And then once they enter in the EIM, everything would completely be, changed with additional capacity and transmission.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think the dynamic you just pointed out is how the CAISO currently participates in its day-ahead markets and the real-time. And I think for us, we've had a substantial portion of the $2 billion of benefits of that. So at least from our experience, it's worked so far, that real-time redispatch.
Okay. All right. This helps a lot. I think maybe this will depend on how gas management is handled in some of those discussions. So I'll be interested to hear from that. But that's kind of what came to mind when you asked this question. So I'll continue to think about it. Thanks for teeing it up. That's all I had.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay.
Hey, this is Michelle from the CPUC. This is just a question. Two questions, one of which is, if the CAISO fails the RSC and shows the physical consequences, would all transfers in and out of CAISO be limited?
The BAA would be isolated to bucket one transfers. So basically, PT exports out of the CAISO would be honored because that's forward contracted supply. That's not the CAISO doesn't have rights to at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then any forward contracted supply into the CAISO as the bucket one transmission would also be accepted as an import. It's all the economic displacement that occurs beyond that would be limited.
So if we failed and there were still intertie bids, but we limited the exports, would we then pass?
If we failed and there were intertie bids, we would be isolated. Are you saying the intertie bids could be used to cure the CAISO BAA's insufficiency?
Well, I'm just trying to understand. So if we're limited in the export direction as well as the import direction.
We're not going to be granting the CAISO BAA in your example would not be clearing EM day-ahead exports.
Okay.
So yeah.
The exports shouldn't clear in that point because we would just be having enough to meet the load, so the exports will probably not be able to clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think what you're positing is almost a solution for the CAISO BAA, because if it was resource insufficient, it could have its transfers limited and then could rely on economy energy import bids to become whole as part of clearing its day-ahead market on a BAA specific basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that thought, Michelle. That was really helpful.
Do we have any other questions in the room? Any questions over the phone?
I do not see any other callers in the phone line, but I do see George has raised his hand.
Okay, George, do you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, George.
Yes, thank you. This is George Angelis with the ASO. I just wanted to provide some clarity here because I was listening to this discussion, and I think the same assumption that has been made in the past several times that creates problematic outcomes has been made, that the day-ahead transfer is really a fixed schedule in the Western EIM, and then that is not the case. So we have repeatedly explained that the transfers out of the day-ahead market, they're subject to reoptimization in the Western energy balance market. So in the example that, Pacific Corp was selling its extra capacity in the day-ahead market to help a BAA that was short, in its RSC and was paying the price for that transfer. If in any case, in real time, PacifiCorp would need energy to serve its demand, that transfer is economically reoptimized, and being economic as opposed to serving demand, which is the highest priority in real time, obviously the transfer will be adjusted. So if it was an export from Pacificorp, it will be cut down, maybe all the way to zero. So
George,
yes.
Can I interrupt?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry, absolutely.
So I don't want to leave this discussion leaving that what you just said as the end point on that, because I think there's two ways to go. One is you say those transfers that are coming out of the day ahead are effectively a schedule. I know they can be reversed through a real-time transfer back within the economic range. But I think we have to nuance this a little bit more and have the expectation that those EDAM transfers that come out of the day ahead are a schedule. And I know you're saying that they can be reversed economically. I agree with you, but I don't want that to be implied that those are not a transfer or a schedule that it can be relied upon. It's just that the reversal can be it's a real-time EIM transfer, but it doesn't, and it will counterflow it. But I don't want to create the perception that original EDAM transfer is somehow just floating out there and uncertain. I think it undermines the need for some expectation coming from the day ahead. Now, the ability to reverse is coming about from the imbalance reserve, the economic bids in the real time, but I think that's a different concept than just saying that the EDAM transfers are still all floating around and never kind of settled.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that, Mark. Of course, there's schedules, the day-ahead schedules, and they're getting a day-ahead supplement. But going to real time, if you can counterflow on it, it's like it's being reoptimized. It's just semantics. You can have that fixed and have a counterflow dynamic transfer flowing against it. So in the case where you have to choose between scheduling the cut and flow economic transfer to meet your demand, which has the highest scheduling priority in real time, the real-time market will do that.
I think this topic is, we'll revisit this topic, I think, on the 26th and 27th again. But we probably need to have a little bit of discussion internally just to make sure that we're not crossing up with how to characterize that EDAM transfer, and we'll do that.
Sure. Just another clarification for Michelle. When we freeze the transfer with the physical solution for a BAA that fails the RFC, we only limit the transfer in the direction of the failure. So if that BAA failed the RFC for meeting its demand and it didn't have upward capacity, then we limit the imports, not the exports, and vice versa. Unless you fail the RSC in both directions, in which case we limit the transfer from both sides. When we limit in the direction of failure, the other direction is still up. Thank you.
Well, George, I think at least what I'm hearing, that sounds to me like kind of the WEIM RSC failure paradigm where we have separate up and down tests. I think we've kind of been thinking about, at least I've been thinking about this as just one test that will give you a capacity shortfall. I understand the desire you'd want to probably only freeze the imports, but I think at least what I understood from Michelle is if the CAISO BAA failed, freezing the exports may provide it an ability to utilize intertie bids as a intraday curing mechanism. So I think you and I can talk about this a little bit internally. like we definitely need to think through what that means, but I think that's where she was going.
Okay, well, let's clarify that too then. I mean, even if you have an optimization process for the resource efficiency evaluation like the one that we have proposed in EDAM, and perhaps you can use it in WAME as well, still the shortfall that comes out, like in EDAM is an hourly shortfall, right? The shortfall that comes out has a sign, it tells you in which way you're failing the RSE. So I always understood that if we apply any constraints on the net transfer for that BAA, it will be in that direction where the shortfall happens. So it's comparable.
Yeah, no, that was always my understanding as well. I think what we've been presented with is another avenue which we should explore, which would be bidirectional limitation.
Okay, I have another comment regarding the unit commitment that there was some discussion. Maybe Dan was referring to a situation where you have perhaps a medium start unit that cannot be committed in real time. And there was some concern that if that unit is not committed in EDAM, obviously it won't be available in real time. I just wanted to say here, and it's a bold statement, but I'll make it. If the requirements in EDAM are set properly, all right, meaning the uncertainty requirement to the level that we want to procure in IFM and the demand forecast in RAC, then really the outcome of EDAM is such that if a resource is needed to be committed, it will be committed. If a resource is not committed in EDAM, then that means you don't need that resource in real time because you procured all the capacity that you need to meet your EDAM requirements. So it's really dependent on how you define the EDAM requirements. If they're defined in a certain way and you don't have resources committed at the end of RAC, that means you don't need them to meet those requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, George. I do think that we were probably going to be breaking lunch too soon. You otherwise would have had a perfect intro to the final topic, which is the pooled EIM RSE approach and the different way that can be leveraged to provide additional backstop through the market clearing process going into real time. So thanks for point, George.
All right. Well, I think that was our last question. So now is a good time to break for lunch. So lunch will be available in the room to the doors on the left, and we'll come back here at about 12:45. All right, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. And we'll move into our last topic for today and for the rest of yesterday and today's workshop, which is the WEIM pooled approach. So I will hand it over to Danny to take us home.
Sure. Thank you, Isabella. So the last topic I think we are going to be discussing is the pooled EIM approach. This was something we discussed at the May stakeholder meeting in Folsom. We went into it in some depth. I think in the comments, we received a lot of questions about how this would work and requests for more detailed examples. And so that's what I'm aiming to talk to you about today, make sure everybody's on the same page regarding how this would work, and then discuss potential opportunities through the allocation of the diversity benefit and the pooled EIM approach to possibly increase the reliability and the confidence in the transfers that result from the EDAM. So this is a really simple table that I think shows how this works. You have EDAM schedules on the far left column, then the imbalance reserves that are procured. The middle column is the WEIM forecast. Those first two columns on the left essentially inform the real-time must-offer obligations. So it's going to be your day-ahead schedules and your imbalance reserve requirements. Those are trying to meet that third column, which is the WEIM forecast. So in this example, you can see we're going to pick on BAA3 in all of our examples today. They did not procure sufficient forward schedules and imbalance reserves to pass the EIM real-time resource sufficiency as a standalone BAA. So in this example, they would fail. Now the pooled approach simply looks at what is the total of EDAM schedules and the total of EDAM imbalance reserve requirements, and would that be sufficient to pass the total forecasted obligations for the WEIM footprint in the WEIM for that EDAM footprint. In this case, the entire footprint in this pooled approach would pass. So pretty straightforward example. Are there any questions either in the room or on the phone on this?
Do we have any over the phone?
I do not see any questions on the phone as of now.
I'm glad we're all on the same page. So, yep.
I don't think I have a question.
Okay.
I just wasn't done looking at it. I'm sorry.
Well, it's going to come back in various shapes and forms, so getting comfortable with it now makes sense. So this is what the ISO proposed to do when we put out the straw proposal is all BAAs that pass the EDAM RSC, they would be tested in a pooled manner flowing into the WEIM. This allows them to leverage each other's uncertainty that is met by imbalance reserves going into the WEIM. If you then consider how this would interact with an EDAM diversity benefit, this almost becomes somewhat of a prerequisite to having a diversity benefit in the EDAM. And the reason is that the diversity benefit is essentially calculated by offsetting uncertainties across a broader geographic footprint. So under our day-ahead market enhancements proposal, I think we've been proposing to procure up to a 95% confidence level for uncertainty. This means that uncertainty in the upwards direction would be procured to a 97.5% confidence level. So the vast majority of situations that could arise in deviations from the forecast would be covered on a standalone basis. Now, when you move into the diversity benefit and you start allocating a diversity benefit, what that means is each BAA is simply saving on their forward showings and saving on their forward procurement. The result is they are procuring less imbalance reserves. Those imbalance reserves are one of the components that would let them in turn pass the EIM's resource sufficiency evaluation. So I think this next example is a fairly straightforward example of how the pooled approach would work using a full diversity benefit. So you still have BAs 1, 2, and 3. You have the imbalance reserve requirements. You have the diversity benefit, which is then allocated pro rata, resulting in lower imbalance reserve requirements for each BAA. We're picking on BAA 3 here again. That's the theme. So rather than procuring 750 megawatts of imbalance reserve requirements, leveraging the diversity benefit, they're only procuring 450 megawatts of imbalance reserves in the day-ahead process. Now we go into the real time, and what happens? You have your EDAM schedules and your imbalance reserves as those left two columns. Then you have the WEIM forecast. What you would see is BAA 3 is now 300 megawatts short of meeting their real-time WEIM RSE requirements as a standalone BAA. Why are they short though? They're short simply because they procured 300 megawatts less imbalance reserves because they were planning on leveraging the diversity of the broader footprint in meeting that uncertainty. So here in the pooled approach, BAA 3 would be able to utilize 300 megawatts of the excess 600 megawatts of imbalance reserves that are held within BAA 1 and 2. This results in the entire footprint, again, passing the WEIM RSC as a whole. So I'd like to pause again and see if there's any questions with how I've explained this and laid this out.
Do you have any questions in the room?
This is Mark. Other than from the first example, you're just saying that was not so much a demonstration of diversity benefit. It was just something changed and their forecast needs changed. Is that right?
The first example is just a conceptual example saying, the forecast came in excess of what was procured in day ahead. It came in outside of that 97.5 bound. So I think this example does highlight how if we want to allocate a diversity benefit in the EDAM, which is something I think that we would like to do and make sense to do, using a pooled approach allows us to do that. I do see another question potentially in the room.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I understand. So it looks like BAA3, their requirement is 750, but they're only bringing 450.
Mm-hmm.
So their makeup is 300.
I wouldn't say their makeup is 300. I'm saying if you allocate a diversity benefit and you assume some of BAA3's uncertainty is being offset by BAA1 and 2, they just don't have as large of a requirement.
Okay, so then under this scenario, do they have a cure? Do they have a requirement to cure, or it's being absorbed by the other two balancing
Exactly. In a pooled approach, their cure is they're able to rely on that 97.5% uncertainty that was procured across the footprint in its entirety to meet their obligation, rather than what for their BAA may have been a much lower imbalance procurement target.
Okay, and so would this scenario apply across a stressed versus non-stressed condition?
Yeah, I think we would look for this to apply all the time. All of these BAs, yes. Thank you for clarifying, Kathy. The assumption is everybody has passed the EDAM RSE and is resource sufficient moving into the real time.
Okay, thank you. That was a good clarification. Thank you. Yeah, so they've passed the RSE. Now we're getting into this imbalance product run.
This is how it would be tested in the WEIM RSE, based off, because ultimately those day ahead market awards and all those imbalance procures, that's what then feeds into as the basis that you'll be operating on in real time. So that's what's getting tested against.
Yes. Okay. So that sparks a question for me. This is Mike from PacifiCorp. That first table you have up there, the diversity benefit allocation and the imbalance requirement. So your new requirement for BA3 is 450.
Yes.
Is that part of the day ahead RSE?
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, that would be part of the day ahead RSE. That's the diversity benefit. Is in the day ahead they have a lower procurement target of imbalance reserves, assuming that there's diversity across the footprint.
Right, but that's embedded in the RSE.
Test itself. Yes.
Okay. You just made me think otherwise, but thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Well, then I apologize. I didn't intend to.
No, thanks.
Isabella, are there any questions on the phone line on this example?
Shreyas, do we have any callers in the queue?
Yes, I do see a couple of callers in the queue. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
This is Tom Burns with PacifiCorp, and I really like the pooled WEIM RSE test. The question that I have is I don't understand how we can not have transmission feasibility be part of the RSE if we're going to implement the pooled WEIM RSE approach. So has that been thought out? Is there a solution for it? Am I missing something obvious?
Well, I think we talked about the transmission feasibility. This pooled approach is just more BAs who've passed the EDAM RSE. So your concern would be that the day ahead schedules might be less than what would actually be needed in real time because someone would have erroneously passed the day ahead RSE due to undelivered capacity?
Or undeliverable capacity. So a pooled approach necessitates being able to transfer all of the uncertainty capacity fluidly across the footprint.
So, okay. I think I understand where you're going. So when So the calculation for uncertainty, you are calculating it on a BAA basis, but you're also calculating it on a footprint-wide basis. You're then giving lower pro rata allocations, but it's still being procured optimally across the entire EDAM footprint. And we would be planning to reserve transmission capacity to ensure deliverability of the imbalance reserves in the day-ahead process.
Okay. And so that would be an enhancement to something like the FlexiRamp product, which does not assume deliverability.
So yeah, and I think this is an important point to highlight. This is the change that the ISO had passed in 2020 to enhance the flexible ramping product. It was called flexible ramping product refinements. It essentially ensures nodal deliverability of that product by testing for that deliverability and the optimization itself as it's awarding that product. We are contemplating a similar framework in the day-ahead markets enhancements initiative for the imbalance reserve product, which is fairly similar. It's just addressing uncertainty over a much longer timeline. It's the uncertainty between when you're running the day-ahead market and any of the 15-minute intervals the following day. So yes, you're right. We are assuming deliverability like FRP.
Okay. And am I to understand that it's contemplated that we are, or it is going to be tested on a nodal basis for deliverability?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That is an approach that I think is workable. It might be a good starting point.
Okay. Thank you. Another question in the room.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't do math on the fly here. And if you said this and I missed, I apologize. That diversity benefit, how is that divvied up amongst the BAs? Is that?
Here it's done pro rata by imbalance reserve requirement. So you'd calculate the
pre-diversity, yeah.
Yeah. Pre-running the EDAM, you'd calculate the imbalance reserve requirement for each BAA, and then you'd calculate the imbalance reserve requirement for the footprint as a whole, and then you'd pro rata out that the lessened amount of requirement based off that. So here you have 3,750 megawatts of imbalance reserve requirement. It's actually calculating the need only for 2,250 megawatts of imbalance reserves across the footprint. So you have a 1,500 megawatt diversity benefit. So the diversity benefit and new requirement columns should add up to meet the original imbalance reserve requirement.
Right. So if I'm just making sure I understand this. If a BA it has a large imbalance requirement, pre the diversity benefit, because they're bad at forecasting their VERS or whatever, would that increase the diversity benefit, or what does that do to the requirement or the footprint? Does that also increase the requirement for the footprint? What I guess I'm trying to ask here is, if you're bad at like forecasting your VERS, for example, are you getting a greater share of the diversity benefit, and is that appropriate?
I wouldn't think so. And when we're calculating the uncertainty requirement, we wouldn't look to allow each BAA to kind of give us their own. This would be a standardized calculation based off historical observed performance of the resources as well as future forecast data.
Okay, thanks.
I think we have George Angelides in the queue,
Okay.
So let's hear from George.
Yep.
Hello. Hi, Danny. Can you hear me?
Yes, George.
Yes, this is George Angelides with the ISO. I just want to clarify and ask a question. So this pooled evaluation for the real-time resource efficiency evaluation includes only EDAM BAAs that have passed the EDAM RSC. Tying to the discussion we had earlier today, if such a BAA an EDAM BAA that failed the EDAM RSC has chosen to pay the price for the additional energy transfer, as we were discussing earlier. Essentially, it cures its shortfall in the day-ahead market by paying for it. At that point, it's no longer short, right? It paid for its shortfall. One may ask the question here, why would this BAA be excluded from this pooled evaluation for real time since it has paid for its shortfall? It's no longer short.
George, at least to me, I don't think it would. I know we are just two people who have that opinion, but it might not be shared by everybody in this room. But I think it would make sense if you cure a shortfall through the EDAM that you would have the ability to participate in the pooled approach.
Yeah, it's an open question for the floor. Maybe people can opine on it. Thank you.
Thanks, George. And to the extent we don't have robust discussion on this specific topic about a cured BAA participating in the pool, I think this would be something at a minimum we would look to have a question in the comment template on the next iteration of the proposal to solicit feedback on.
We do have 3 more in the phone queue.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next one.
Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Lindsay Schleckery from NV Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Lindsay. Good afternoon.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Okay, so I have 2 questions. George answered one of the things I was thinking about, but in George's, I guess, explanation, one thing he didn't indicate was what happens to entities that elect the physical locking mechanism in day ahead rather than the financial consequence. Do they go to the pool?
I am happy to answer that for you. No, they would not be part of the pooled approach. They would be a standalone BAA who would be independently tested on that BAA's own supply pool in the WEIM RSC.
Okay, that helps. And then in this pool, for consideration for the EIM resource efficiency test, are you also looking at the additional bid and supply if they have additional bid and supply, or is this only the schedules from EDAM plus the imbalance reserve in comparison to the forecast?
No, I think that's a helpful clarification. I think the day ahead schedules would form the basis for what's tested in the WEIM RSC, but to the extent additional supply was made available within those balancing authority areas, that supply would also be able to be considered.
Okay, I have a better understanding. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Moving on to the next caller. Please go ahead. The line is unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Caller, please go ahead. Yes.
Hi, this is Rohan Chatterjee from Pacific Corp. Danny, I just wanted to pick up on a comment that you made a little bit earlier about transmission being procured to ensure the deliverability of imbalance reserves. And I was sort of hoping if you could perhaps throw some more light on that. You know, we've been thinking about transmission so squarely from the bucket, framework, buckets 1, 2, and 3. And I'm just trying to better understand when you say your transmission is going to be procured to make sure that imbalance reserves are deliverable. That makes sense to me. You would obviously want to have a construct like that, but how does that comment square with the framework of transmission that, you have proposed in this straw proposal, which is essentially 3 separate buckets?
So that was a admittedly poor word choice on my part. The deliverability is ensured by the market optimally utilizing the transmission that is available to it. Basically, it will not award imbalance. It'll optimally award imbalance reserves where it knows that there is transmission capacity on either internal lines or on any of the boundary transmission to ensure deliverability of the product.
Okay, so I think that is an interesting distinction. So that is looking at available transmission capacity to determine whether the product will be deliverable or not. So that seems more like a bucket 3 item, because bucket 3 would be more on the terms of, whatever transmission capacity is available by the transmission provider, that is being utilized for the market optimization. Sounds like that is more of a bucket 3 thing, or are you thinking that the market optimization would use any combination of buckets 1, 2, and 3 for ensuring the deliverability of imbalance relief?
It would be the latter. It will optimally use the transmission that is available. It's not going to parse out and only use portions of the transmission.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Moving on to the next caller. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Stanley, I like everything about the pooled approach, but I do have some concerns about the quality of the data that's initially available to run this calculation, and wonder if you could maybe opine on that, because you did reference historical data, which I would imagine you're going to need. And then secondly, I think there may well be some issues around the uncertainty requirement, simply because if we don't have good, accurate load forecasts or whatever, that would actually place an increased burden on some entities. So can you opine on how good the data is, and do we need to consider maybe a phased approach to the uncertainty benefit?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, Stuart. This is based off historical data. We would need to develop that volume of data. To me, this is more of an implementation detail, figuring out how long parallel ops may be necessary, or when we would need to start doing forecasting or receiving forecasting from interested balancing authority areas. So I think there is a process, because the ISO has calculated similar type requirements for FRP previously, and then moving to a new methodology. That there is typically a parallel ops period where the software is running and we are validating and making sure that the results it's outputting make sense. And I would expect similar type of implementation steps to be taken with the EDAM.
Yeah, and that would make sense. And is probably wouldn't want to. I don't know exactly when EDAM would go live, but we wouldn't want to run through a parallel ops process and then immediately sort of get into the summertime period and start utilizing this. I would have a lot of concerns about that. So I like the approach, but timing and whether you take the full benefit initially would be my concerns.
Totally agree, and I look forward to crossing that bridge when we get there. I see one more comment in the room.
Danny, hi, Dave Rubin with Envy. Just want to check the timing here. And it gets into, I think, an issue that Marcy raised earlier about LSEs and our balancing authority and the need to sort of suballocate both the resource sufficiency requirements and also the imbalance reserve requirements. So we're going to need to know that up front to suballocate it. So I think having a diversity benefit is good, but if that's tied to the optimization, how are we going to know how to allocate these requirements to LSEs and our BA in advance?
That's another fair question, and I don't have a great answer for you right now. I think we would let us kind of go back internally and figure out what data we can get you now about how this might work, and then you can start thinking about how on your side you might need to update your OAT to accommodate it.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Any other questions in the room? We have one up front.
One more question up front.
Michelle Keto from the CPUC. This is just because I haven't been following this portion of it very well, but how does the imbalance reserve relate to the uncertainty requirement that you have to use to pass the RSC?
The imbalance reserve is essentially what uncertainty is procured for. It's procuring imbalance reserve to meet the uncertainty requirement.
Okay, so you come into the RSC and you bring the resources to meet your imbalance reserve, but they may or may not be deliverable. And then because you're not checking for deliverability because we're not doing a transmission power flow, right?
Well, I don't think we completely closed the door on that idea. I think to the extent that there's a strong desire for it, that's still on the table. But in your example, yes, it's conceivable that we will not be testing for transmission feasibility on the supply that's shown.
Okay. So, but when you come in with your uncertainty, are you coming in with or without the diversity benefit? Because you don't know if you've passed or failed yet.
So if you fail the RSC, then you would get a standalone diversity benefit. So I guess the requirement, each BAA would know what their requirement would be if they pass and they're part of the pass pool, and then what their standard requirement would be. But assuming if you pass and everybody is tested, if BA3 is tested for 450, if they can make it, great. If they can't make 450, they weren't going to make 750 for the requirement anyway. They were going to be insufficient with capacity to meet their imbalance reserve requirement.
Okay, but we're not exactly ensuring that it's deliverable since we're doing the test first, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, again, still an open question, but we may not be running simultaneous transmission feasibility as part of the RSC.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Any questions over the phone?
I do not see any callers on the phone line.
Okay. So this next slide, if we all have a good understanding of how kind of a pooled approach would work, the next question I want to pose is, how can we use this to increase the reliability and confidence of the EDAM dispatch? And I have a couple different permeations of this. And basically, these go back to not allocating the full subset of the diversity benefit, which does have drawbacks, which we'll talk about. So the first scenario I like to call the maximum reliability scenario. Here you imagine that no diversity benefit is allocated in the EDAM timeframe. Each BAA is procuring imbalance reserves separately to meet a 97.5% upwards uncertainty requirement within their BAA alone. Now, what you then leverage is the imperfect correlation of uncertainty arising across a potentially very, very broad geographic footprint to the extent that that uncertainty isn't perfectly correlated, which I think we can reasonably say it's not going to be. You would have diversity benefits for a footprint well in excess of that 97.5% upwards confidence band. The idea here is it can be really hot in Portland, in Los Angeles, and Phoenix at the same time. That does happen. I think we saw that last summer with one of the big heat waves. The chances of the forecast being wrong to a tune in 1 in 40 in the upwards direction in all three of those locations simultaneously is the type of diversity we would be trying to leverage to increase reliability. Now, from our perspective, one of the concerns we've heard in the Day Ahead Markets initiative is that initiative is currently proposing to procure up to 97.5% on a BAA specific basis. That the question naturally arises, what happens in the other 2.5% of the time? Are you not going to be okay? And the reason we haven't chosen to procure up to 100 is procuring for true outlier events probably isn't very efficient. This approach would allow each BAA to procure to a very high confidence level, and then the outlier events would largely be addressed through the imperfect correlation of uncertainty across the broad geographic footprint. The real downside of this approach is if you don't award a diversity benefit as part of the EDAM, it increases the forward showing requirements for each balancing authority area. You have to have sufficient capacity to meet both your demand and your uncertainty requirement within the EDAM RSC. This is a significant reduction in the projected benefits of EDAM. I think off the top of my head, I think like maybe a quarter or a third of the benefits were projected on kind of forward savings from allocating a diversity benefit. So again, there's still quite a bit of benefit if we go this direction, but if we really want we can be rock solid confident in this, this is a maximum reliability solution that we could achieve just through doing what every BAA I think would want to do on their own, which is procure at a minimum to 97.5, a 1 in 40 upwards uncertainty, and then we allow the pooled approach to backfill that remaining 2.5%. So I have another example, which I think kind of highlights this concept. So again, the top table, all of these BAAs have, or let's have the same framework. All of these BAAs have passed the EDAM RSC. Here you have your imbalance reserve requirements. You're not awarding any diversity benefit. So each BAA is able to meet its energy or its demand requirements and its imbalance reserve requirements. Now, going back to picking on BAA 3, they procured 750 megawatts to meet a 1 in 40 outlier forecast error in the upwards direction. However, for some reason, a true outlier event has occurred, and they have, I think, 7% more forecast load than they've ever seen or than that they were planning to. In a standalone basis, they fail the WEIM RSC. In this pooled approach, you have a wealth of residual imbalance reserves that aren't going to be needed due to the imperfect correlation of uncertainty that can be used to then pass the WEIM RSC as a pool. So here, I think the pooled forecast is 29,700 megawatts, and the pooled schedules would be 30,750 megawatts. This doesn't just pass the real-time RSC. There's a significant surplus in supply. I'd like to stop in there, see if there's any questions on this proposed way to use the pooled EIM or EDAM RSC approach.
Do we have any questions in the room? Any questions over the phone?
I do not see any callers on the phone.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I do see a caller who came in just now. Please go ahead, your line is unmuted.
Sorry.
Caller,
okay, this is
one. Oh. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Lindsay Schleckway with NV Energy. I did have a couple questions. You mentioned the benefits. It sounds like there has been some sort of study conducted to determine what this would cost. Do you know when that will be out, and if it's done sub-regionally, or kind of how will those be presented?
I think I would defer to kind of Mark and Milos on the benefit studies for EDAM. I think they can more accurately answer that question.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Oh yeah. So I'm just curious. I know. So when this was presented, it sounded like a third or a quarter of the benefits for EDAM looked like they would be eroded from this sort of proposal. So I was wondering if that would be, I guess, reported out to us, and if those benefits were looked at sub-regionally or regionally, kind of how that would be reported, like how would we kind of see our sites and something like that is sort of what I'm wondering.
Yeah, Mark. If I can kind of reinterpret this question, how much of the EDAM net benefits would be resultant from allocating a diversity benefit? Do we have any, like I recall seeing numbers, and maybe I'm not even remembering correctly.
I've seen numbers, and it really depends on the study, and some of it really doesn't break it down. The state-led study probably did with some additional work that we did on top of it, and I think I don't remember exactly, but I think it's probably maybe 40 to 50% as much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes a little more sense to me. Thank you very much. That answers my question.
So Lindsay, I think you provided a helpful segue here, because this could be fairly inefficient. And at least in this kind of carefully constructed example, there looks like a lot of additional supply. I don't think that's unreasonable if every entity is procuring to very high levels. And so the next question I would ask is,
Can I just say that what I just quoted was probably of the production cost benefits. There's other capacity benefits that are not affected by this per se. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
We do have one more question on the phone.
Okay, sure.
Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hey, Danny. Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions. Either in this slide or a future one, can you kind of cover where this intersects with the demand curve concept being explored in DAME for the imbalance reserves? I guess what I'm thinking is that if imbalance reserves are plentiful, then there's not much of a cost savings, but if they get expensive, then you're going to relax the procurement target anyway. Where do you see that sort of fitting in with this?
Good point, Dan. I don't think the demand curve for imbalance reserve procurement is set in stone as part of DAME. That's something that is under active evaluation. I think to the extent that's the direction DAME goes in, we would then look to figure out how that works with this type of pooled framework. But until we have a better idea what the imbalance reserve requirements coming out of DAME would be, I just in this meeting want to kind of run through how this could work if you assume a single requirement that's not on a demand curve.
Okay. And then I guess the other question was just kind of checking back to first principles around the market here, and that's that the diversity credit wouldn't be meant to inform forward RA programs. It's just about what you commit in the day-ahead market, what you bring to the day-ahead market, maybe what you buy gas for or something like that, where the savings is coming from, not reducing someone's planning reserve margin on a forward basis.
Totally accurate. The whole EDAM RSE is not trying as much as possible not to impinge on forward procurement programs by different LRAs.
Okay,
so yeah, thanks. This is just simply applied to the EDAM RSE. So I kind of started previewing earlier, is there a middle ground where some diversity benefit can be allocated, but we can also increase the confidence in transfers by having additional residual available supply procured through imbalance reserves? So this would be a hybrid approach where a portion of the diversity benefit, either a percentage or a preset amount, is withheld for use by the footprint collectively. In my mind, this could be used to address intraday events that aren't captured by the imbalance reserves. Imbalance reserves right now look at wind and solar uncertainty as well as uncertainty in loads. That's your net load uncertainty. They do not try to capture the impact of outages, or another topic that I've heard is hydro uncertainty from some of our potential partners in the Pacific Northwest. So the ability to procure footprint-wide additional imbalance reserves to address these additional types of uncertainty that aren't contemplated in the imbalance reserve product, I think could be beneficial in leading to more confidence in transfers going forward. So to the extent a fixed megawatt quantity is chosen, what jumped out to me that would make sense would be the MSSC for the footprint. If you did this, I'm not saying that this is meeting anybody's NERC requirements, but I think this could give confidence that if the largest generator or depending upon the eventual footprint DC tie line in the footprint, should that become unavailable intraday, the footprint would be prepared to respond and pass the WEIM with that additional imbalance reserve procurement. So I highlight it in this example how I think this could work. So we have our same 3 balancing authority areas. You have 1,500 megawatts of diversity benefit. You have an MSSC of 750 megawatts. So effectively, you are holding back capacity as part of this. Here it's labeled MSSC holdback. I think we probably, if we go down this path, need to come up with a much better name for it. But when you actually go into the real-time market in the bottom table, you have your EDAM schedules and your imbalance reserve requirements. You have your WEIM forecast, and then kind of follows the rest of the tables. Here, picking on BAA3 again, BAA3, again, their forecast came in way outside of that 97.5% bound. Standalone BAA, they would be insufficient. The wrinkle here is for BAA1 highlighted in yellow, they had a 700 megawatt resource trip offline. Here, if you look at a pooled footprint and they aren't able to replace that resource intraday, you could have the pool having insufficient supply to meet the obligation. I think the pool would be 400 megawatts short because that large resource tripped offline. In this scenario, if you don't have a pooled approach, BAs 1 and 3 would have failed. However, if you strategically withhold some portion of the imbalance reserves, here it would be to meet the MSSC, the entire footprint is whole and able to successfully participate in the WEIM through passing the WEIM's RSC. So this is a little bit more complicated example. I've introduced a third color to it, but given that, I want to open it up for questions and see if this example makes sense to everybody.
We do have a question over the phone.
Sure.
Please go ahead, caller. Your line is unmuted.
Yes, Danny, I like where you're taking the hybrid example. I think we'd probably be better to take part of the diversity of benefit initially, be it for the first 6 months, the first year, and then move to the full benefit. I think that the notion of, holding back some supply for some events, in some ways makes sense, but the problem is we're still carrying reserves and we've still got our own BA responsibility. So it's almost like a double dip and maybe overly onerous. That's just my initial reaction. But yeah, I appreciate the thought.
Yeah, I like where you're going with that, Stuart. If we do kind of contemplate the ramp up of EDAM, this could be a means that instills additional confidence for the first period of time while different parties are getting confident with how the market works and what their market outcomes look like. And yeah, obviously, the quantity of holdback could be fully configurable. We could start with a even larger quantity and ratchet it down as confidence increased.
Yeah, definitely. Things to consider here. Appreciate the thought process ahead of the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Any other callers in queue?
Yes, I do see a couple more callers in the queue. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hi, Lindsay Shockley with NV Energy. So I had a different idea, actually. I was wondering if some sort of hybrid approach, not necessarily advocating for anything specific, but if some sort of hybrid approach could be utilized during stress system conditions rather than every single day when it's not necessarily needed.
Yeah, I think that's something we could consider. My guess is that during non-stress system conditions, we would have significant surplus supply anyway, so the holdback might not be as important, but I think that's definitely an idea we could explore. Give me a little bit more time to try to think through if you wouldn't mind. Sure.
Okay. Moving on to the next caller. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hey, Dan from Customized Energy Solutions again. Similar to Lindsay's thought was just looking at the performance of the uncertainty calculation for VERS versus for load. So maybe looking at being more confident that diversity among load will materialize between day ahead and real time versus the confidence of uncertainty for VERS materializing between day ahead and real time, and then maybe also applying that in with Lindsay's idea to really focus on where that matters over the evening peak hours, where significantly missed VERS forecast could hurt more than during other hours.
Yeah, I
know there's an infinite number of ways to slice and dice this, but I just think about this as what's the biggest potential problem that could show up for the footprint, and how do we make sure that's covered versus most of the rest of the time things are pretty easy.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons in the day ahead markets enhancements initiative, we've considered just a single imbalance reserve product that looks for net load is, I think it makes sense to us that the drivers of renewable uncertainty are largely the same drivers of net load uncertainty. And this would be kind of solar forecast error, either behind the meter, which affects the load portion, or on the commercial kind of BES side solar. It could be the same types of events that trigger uncertainty on both of those. So I hear what you're saying. I would almost defer this concept back to the DAME initiative, because really that's where we're trying to define what the imbalance reserve product looks like. And I guess to the extent we want to discuss if we need different product types in that initiative, I think that's where your question probably could better get answered.
Okay, I think that's fair. And I think there's some good data to go back and look at it, just some of the different methodology work that's been done and presented in MPPF for mean average percent error and some of those sorts of calculations. So carry it on there.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
There are no questions over the phone. Are there any comments or questions from the room? We have one, Mike.
I think just the comment is I really like the pooled approach and appreciate the examples that you've gone through. And one of the ways that I think about it and kind of reasoning behind some of my comments is, if we are all in this together, we've pooled resources, that's, in my opinion, and we've all passed the RSC that's been something less than it would be individually, that furthers the need to make sure that those resources that we are relying on to pass the RSC are available, all the way through real time. So.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And yeah, this is the pooled approach. I'm not saying these are the only options. I would almost challenge everybody in the room, if we are kind of all in this together, transitioning from the EDAM timeframe to the WEIM timeframe, what are other opportunities to smartly leverage the geographic diversity to increase reliability? So to us, at least, I think going forward in the next iteration of the proposal, we would lean towards pitching something more along the lines of this hybrid approach, where we would have a pooled EIM or WEIM RSC, but would have some level of holdback to meet footprint-wide intraday uncertainties that aren't explicitly captured or planned for. Obviously, this would be something that we would really like stakeholder feedback on, of both this concept, and then to the extent that there's support for this concept, what would be the correct volumes of holdback that strike the right balance between lessening the EDAM forward showing requirement and increasing confidence. We did also get questions in the comments regarding what happens to the pooled approach if there's insufficient supply in the pool going into real time. So what if one of the BAAs who's passed the EDAM RSC with all of their own supply something happens outside of their reliability required planning criteria and the entire footprint now becomes short, I think we would still look to test the footprint as a whole. If the footprint was short, the footprint would have its incremental transfers to participate in the WEIM limited, similar to today's current rules. The supply within the EDAM footprint would then be optimally used. To the extent that PBC relaxation could occur because that supply couldn't be cured, I think the advisory nature of our multi-interval optimization and all the advisory runs that we have would give us a pretty good idea where the deficiency is. I don't want to go too deep in this topic. This really touches on that confidence in transfers and how power balance constraint violations would work in different BAAs within a footprint that's being co-optimized. We plan to go into greater detail on that at the end of the month, I think on the 26th. But at a minimum, I think there'd be forewarning that there could be problems on the horizon. This then brings in the suite of outside market actions that could be taken to try to avoid load shed. One question I want to raise, which gets back to this, are we all in this together approach, is if one BAA is exercising their emergency non-market programs to preserve load shedding, is it reasonable that their neighbor exercises it? Like, you can imagine a world in one BAA has a PBC relaxation and they'd have to shed a certain volume of load, but they would also curtail a pro rata amount of their export EDAM transfers to the extent that the receiving side of that transfer could exercise one of their emergency programs and not force the deficient BAA to shed load. Is that something that's worth investigating? I know this is really complicated because these programs are procured under a lot of different state programs and there are limitations, but to the extent that we want to all be in this together, I think it's worth at least exploring what the flexibility could be within each potential BAA to utilize those type of programs. The final bullet I have here is that the emergency energy procurement through the WEI, or assistance energy procurement through the WEIM during periods of undersupply is actively being considered in the RSE Phase 2 initiative. Again, we had a call on this on Monday. We're putting together a framework where deficiencies could be cured at prices at the bid cap during true emergency conditions. So I do think the outcome of that process would also go to inform the options for the pooled WEIM RSE should it encounter a shortfall going into the real-time market. Sorry, my voice is a little hoarse. Thank you, John. So this slide, I think we've kind of talked around a lot of these ideas before, and it's kind of raising additional questions about how the pooled approach could work with non-resource specific supply. So yesterday we talked about, I think, trying to establish some level of tagging deadlines to give comfort on supply that is being shown that's not resource specific. I think if one kind of hammer to ensure that the supply does eventually materializes, the BAA who's using it maybe could be kicked out of the pooled approach. I think that could be big reliability impact because, again, they're not going to have imbalance reserves procured to meet the really high levels of uncertainty due to the previous procurement with likely a diversity benefit. But I think it could be an option if we, frankly, it's on the table and we would like your feedback and input on it. The last topic I know we talked about earlier, and we heard a lot of desire for kind of tiered priority for EDAM transfers. I think that this is going to be really hard to do. All the transfers in EDAM are cured optimally. If you cure a transfer in EDAM, you could actually, if a BAA cures their EDAM RSE using kind of EDAM supply and has certain transfers, those transfers are optimally calculated and they're providing a counterflow on other transfers that are necessary to be calculated. So as soon as you try to unwind this and parse out which transfers aren't going to be supported, I think it does raise the potential for other transfers and their feasibility to be impacted, since again, all of this was calculated optimally at the same time. So I think to the extent that there's really widespread support for trying to figure out how to do this, we can at least give more discussion to it internally, but I don't think that, or I think it will be challenging to say the least to try to figure out how to give those types of priority. Or not to get, I think we could give those types of priority. Let me rephrase it. I think those types of priority could be assured, trying to minimize the other impacts of those if those transfers are needed for counterflow elsewhere as part of the optimal clearing process. I think would be much harder to parse out and ensure there aren't kind of knock-on negative impacts. So that concludes the slides I had on the pooled approach. I'm hopeful that everybody kind of took away how this would work, and assuming you have that understanding, are then able to kind of think about it with your own organizations about how can we rely on each other, transitioning from the EDAM into the WEIM to both reduce costs and potentially increase reliability. So are there any questions on either this topic or any of the other materials that we've covered either this morning or yesterday afternoon?
Do we have any callers over the phone?
Yes, I do see one caller in the queue. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hi, Danny. This is Laura Trelease with the Energy Authority. I was wondering if you could go back to maybe the first example you had on the diversity benefit.
Yes, this example?
Yes, and I just wanted to go back to maybe something Tom Burns had mentioned about deliverability. And so talking through here, let's say for BA3, the new imbalance reserve requirement is now 450. But let's say that you have more uncertainty than that actually show up in your BA. Let's say you have, 550 megawatts of uncertainty that shows up in your BA. There was no assessment done to make sure that the imbalance reserves in the rest of the footprint is actually deliverable to your BA, right? The deliverability that's being done for the imbalance reserve product is for those imbalance reserves to the BA that it's being awarded to. So I'm curious if I'm thinking about this correctly, and if this may be a concern that if I have greater uncertainty actually materialize and I'm relying on the pool of imbalance reserves, is it a concern that there may not be enough imbalance reserves actually deliverable to my BA to meet that increased uncertainty?
I don't think so. But kind of on the fly, I need to think about your question a little bit more. My understanding is that the full quantity of imbalance reserves would be deliverable. I can go back and kind of talk through and create another example to try to show how they would the deliverability would be ensured.
But when you assess the deliverability, what's the assumption for where the injection and the withdrawal is coming from? Is it at the BA level?
No, so it is being modeled nodally. So the imbalance reserves are procured nodally. And so I think the real answer gets with how that nodal procurement is occurring and what level and how the offset's being accounted for.
Okay. Yeah, if you could put together an example, I think that would be helpful to just think through that deliverability piece and not just the deliverability of what the reduced requirement is, but if now I need to access that pool of imbalance reserves, how do I make sure that that's deliverable to my load? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing this out, Laura. This is something that we will plan to address in the revised STROP proposal.
We have one more caller over the phone.
Sure.
Caller, please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Good afternoon. It's Jeff Nelson from SE. You may have said this, and I'm sorry I picked it up. How do you calculate the diversity benefits?
It would be done pro rata based on a BAA's specific uncertainty requirement in comparison to the footprint's uncertainty requirement.
Okay, so is there any? Okay, I don't understand the math to figure out sort of the correlations or what you guys are doing to do that. Is it written up in there?
I mean, do you want to try to work through like a simple example, or do you want to follow up offline and we can?
Yeah,
I'd work with a more concrete example, so I don't have to do math on a stage.
Yeah, let's not do math on a stage, but I would appreciate it if it's written up somewhere, so if you could point us to it. And then
I'll follow up, Jeff.
Okay, and a follow-up question, and again, maybe I'm missing the nuance. So if you pool everyone together, that doesn't do anything in the day-ahead EDAM, right? Just to make sure I understand it. You're doing everyone standalone in the day-ahead in the EDAM process.
Yeah.
Right? And you're only pooling once we roll into the real-time market. And then are you pooling everybody, or are you just pooling the EDAM people together and the non-EDAM people that are just EIM members? Are they part of the pool?
You are pooling only the full EDAM members who also pass the EDAM RSE.
Okay. And then to the extent, so you test the EDAM people like as a single number, and to the extent it fails, could you say one more time what happens if the EDAM pooled number, even with diversity, fails? What happens next?
I think it would be similar to what happens right now, where that entire footprint would have its transfers limited for incremental EIM transfers. It would then have to try to cure through either emergency supply actions, maybe additional real-time bids, or potentially through the WEIM RSE financial failure consequences, which we're currently actively trying to develop.
Okay. In SE's comments, again, this may not be feasible, but it was just something to think about, was to the extent that pool failed the test, we recommended sort of breaking the pool apart and testing each balancing authority individually. If there was, I don't want to use pejoratives, there's one BA that was really having trouble, it was dragging down the whole pool. Perhaps separating it would isolate the problem to just that one BA, and the other BAs that maybe doing just fine won't have any sort of failure consequences. Again, I don't know if there's time to do that, but it's a suggestion in our comments.
Yeah, I think that is an option, depending upon how you actually translate the results of the day-ahead market into the real-time market. That might not be straightforward. If it was more efficient for the California ISO BAA to procure its imbalance reserves from very low availability cost hydro resources in a neighboring BAA, we would have to figure out how to represent that as a real-time requirement that is for the CAISO BAA in that broken out WEIM RSE. So the other kind of thing that strikes me is that's not a very we're all in this together approach. That's a we're all in this together until stuff gets uncomfortable, and then we're going to break apart and try to make somebody own the entire shortfall. And I do understand, like, nobody wants their load to be at risk for somebody else's decisions, which I think is why it's key to have a fairly robust RSE that honestly tests it if the supply is there and all BAs are confident in that supply, and then potentially use this pooled approach to add additional confidence in having residual supply going into the real-time market.
Well, I wouldn't use the we're all in this together as sort of a principle because we're not one BAA. Each BAA still remains responsible for its own reliability. So you can only push that philosophy so far in the EDAM design. In an RTO design, I agree, but in an EDAM design, that's only sometimes applicable. Okay, well, anyways, we're just trying to think of how to keep as many people comfortable as we can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. And I'll follow up offline with an example for you.
Thank you.
we have any other questions either over the phone or in the room?
I do not see any callers on the phone line.
Okay. Then we can move on to next steps.
I just wanted to thank everybody today and yesterday for their participation. I think getting widespread participation is what's going to move the ball forward on this effort. We have to, at the ISO, understand the viewpoints of both our internal existing IOUs as well as our potential EDAM partners to try to drive towards solutions that work for everybody. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And for next week, we have 2 virtual EDAM workshops. So that will be on the 19th and 20th, both held in the morning, 8 a.m. to noon. The one on the 19th will focus on transmission, specifically Bucket 3 transmission and revenue recovery framework. And then the 20th will focus on the transfer revenue and congestion rent allocation topic. And then we will have a workshop at the end of the month offered in person and virtually in Salt Lake City. So if you haven't registered for that one already, I encourage you to do so. We'll cover confidence in transfers, GHG accounting, and any lingering items with the day ahead RSE and transmission topics. And then another reminder for our symposium, we will be hosting it this year in Sacramento at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center on November 9th and 10th, and registration for that event is now open. So if you haven't registered for that, I encourage you to do so also. And if you have any questions related to the symposium, you can send an email to symposiumreg@kaiso.com. But with that, I'll hand it over to Milosh for some closing remarks.
Yeah, I'll be fairly brief. Thank you, everybody that joined us virtually. Thank you for taking the time. And everybody that's in the room, have a great trip home. And thanks for sticking with us for a couple of days. Thanks, everybody.